Welcome back into Rounding Third Baseball, episode 355, MLB trade deadline. It is going to be a live stream. It is going to be all day, 12 to 6:30-ish, I'm guessing. I'm Nick. We are going to have a whole bunch of other people hopefully stream through here. I know it's a Monday. People are working, so maybe people show up, maybe not. But we're just going to kind of go down through the trades already. And then if anything else pops up here in the next couple hours, which I'm sure things are going to start flying here, hopefully for my Boston Red Sox, we'll see if they make any moves. If history repeats itself, we'll be sitting here with no moves to report for the Red Sox. But besides that, we have tons of stuff to get into. What's going on, Flat Cheese? Good to see you, buddy. But first, make sure you follow and like us on Facebook. You can subscribe on YouTube. You can also follow on Instagram, Rumble, and TikTok. You can also listen on Spotify and Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts. We also have our affiliate sponsors, Logitech, MLB Shop, and Lids. You can find these links on the tops of all of our socials. So if you do any shopping with these companies, please do so through our links, as we get a nice little kickback with no additional cost to you. Just a great way to support the show. We also have Rounding Third merch on Etsy. If you search Rounding 3RD Baseball, sweatshirts, t-shirts, tumblers, great way to support us and to get our name out there. So check us out over there. All right, we're just going to be live streaming what's going on. Silix, good to see you, buddy. I'm going to be on from noon till about 6:30 to talk about the trades as they come in. I'm hoping a flurry comes in, or this is going to be a boring 6 hours, but we can definitely break down what we have so far. I'll run down the trades and then we can kind of go back through them one-on-one. So we got the big one, obviously, Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers. That comes with its whole thing. We broke it down last night on the show. Freddie Peralta to the Rays, Luis Garcia Jr. to the Yankees, Luis Castillo from the Mariners to the White Sox, Kremer from the Orioles to the Twins, Huascar Brazaban, from the Mets to the White Sox. That happened this morning or late last night. Bo Naylor from the Guardians to the Brewers, Thomas and Falter from the Royals to the Braves, Minter to the Twins, Gosman from the Blue Jays to the Cubs, and then Jose Soriano going from the Angels to the Blue Jays. That's a weird one. We will kind of talk about that one. Yeah, Scott, anything happened yet? A couple things this morning. The Jose Soriano one was weird for sure. Luis Arraez to the Phillies. So that's a done deal. We'll break that one down. Brooks Raley also from the Mets bullpen to the Phillies. And then just came through Brent Studer is heading from the Angels to the Braves. So let's start with, the big one. Tarek Skubal, right? That is the big one so far. We all kind of saw this coming. Harrison and I had called this during the offseason. This was most likely going to happen. What is the backlash out of you guys? Do you think this is right for him to go there? I think for me, it's a tough one to swallow. As a baseball fan, right? Not necessarily for Dodgers fans, Dodgers Nation, good for them. Congratulations to them. They got the best pitcher in the game. But as baseball fan, it's terrible. Right. We all saw it coming, yet hoped it wasn't, for sure. And everyone's, I officially hate Skubal. It's not great. Although the trade's kind of out of his control. He doesn't have, a say really in where he's dealt, but Nico, good question here. Any chance Mike Trout is on the move? Angels look poised to unload. Listen, we've been talking about this guy forever. I just don't think he wants to move out of Southern California. His family is settled there. He has said it numerous times. He doesn't mind that he's not in the spotlight. And I don't think he's moved. Now, if he is, it would be to the Phillies. I don't see any other team that Mike Trout would say, yeah, send me there, except for the Phillies. The Phillies is the only team that I could see him possibly going to, if he's even moved. But I don't see it. I know there's tons of rumors. There's rumors every year for Mike Trout, but I really, really do not see him moving out of LA. I know they're fire sailing. I know they're getting rid of everybody. We might see the Minnesota Twins of last deadline, but I don't see Mike Trout leaving Anaheim. Yeah, Scott, absolutely hate it for the MLB, 1,000%. It's that trade, the Skubal trade to the Dodgers. We were all saying it. Anyone but there, um, get some competitive balance in there, but it pretty much just it's crazy. Silic says Skubal was going to be traded to two other teams that had better packages, and he, as an agent, said that he would only re-sign in LA, so teams pulled their trade offers, and LA got him for one less prospect. Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard because we don't know the order in which the offers were received for the Tigers, right? The Tigers get the offer from LA and just pull the trigger, and then the other offers came in late. Did they see what was on the table and then pick? We don't know the order of which it was received by the Tigers, but if that's the case, I mean, obviously you want to re-sign in LA. Maybe he's got a shot to re-sign there before the lockout, because we don't know what free agency is going to look like next year. That's the big one there. So don't know what the lockout's going to look like. What are contracts going to look like? What are teams going to offer for contracts and length? Right? We just don't know. There's too many unknowns. So if he can sign an extension, LA is probably the best chance he has to sign one. So yes. Cooper, do you think the Cardinals are going to sell or buy today? Cardinals are interesting to me because, a lot of people, including us, thought the Cardinals were going to be basement dwellers, right? I think we thought they were just going to sit. They got Heim Bloom. We thought they were just going to stockpile the farm system there in St. Louis, and just kind of rebuild. And Weatherholt comes up. Jordan Walker has a resurgence of a year, and all of a sudden, Cardinals are kind of in tension. What I see out of them, and I could be wrong here, they might just get a couple pieces here to further their progression, right? They're gonna keep moving forward. The Cardinals are too good of a baseball organization to just completely mail it in. They're not gonna sell, but I also don't think they're gonna buy. Avon Herrera's name has been brought up, but it sounds like the Cardinals are going to hang on to him unless there's a package that just blows them away. Now, the Yankees, the Red Sox, now the White Sox, probably with Kyle Teel out, are looking for a catcher at the deadline. I think the Cardinals really like Herrera, so I don't think that he moves unless, like I said, unless a team just absolutely blows them away with a good prospect haul to set them up for the next couple of years. Then they might trade him. Otherwise than that, I think they hang on, and just kind of stand pat and buy maybe a couple pieces that they need. Maybe you see Dustin May leave. I think he's on a contract year, so maybe he's gone, and you get something for him. Maybe not much, but you get something. Brandon asked, do you respect Trout more for being that player that stays in one place for his career? Yeah, I mean, I respect his decision, right? He's played there his entire career. We've talked about, the lack of team loyalty that is out there now, right? Players just don't stay in one spot for their entire career anymore. So do I respect him? Yeah, absolutely. Angels have tried to build around this guy and have just completely swung and missed every time, right? We talk about the Rendon contract all the time. And maybe Trout's contract does kind of hamstring the Angels a little bit, but they were still able to get Ohtani. They were still able to get Rendon, right? But then they couldn't go out and get pitching. So that's the Angels' fault, really. Has nothing to do with Trout. So yeah, I mean, I respect Trout for staying in Anaheim his entire career. We'll see if that's actually going to happen or not. But man, I respect the hell out of it because he could have asked to leave there quite a while ago, and a team probably would have taken that contract as big as it is. So Silic says the offer from Tampa supposedly has been on the table since last Wednesday, and the Braves offer was later that same day. LA pulled Tibbs off their deal because they knew they had no competition. And yeah, smart on them. And maybe the other teams did pull out there. So yeah, so Tarek Skubal, Dodgers. Is it an automatic three-peat in your eyes? Is there a team out there that you think can compete with the Dodgers? Now, I think if the Dodgers get to the World Series, it's a done deal. I mean, I know we saw the Red Sox go into LA and sweep them, but the Dodgers, we've also seen this. They play chess, right? They rest their guys. Come September, they put everybody on the IL. They play that, the load management game, and then they're all ready to go for the playoffs. The MLB postseason is way different than the regular season. So are the Dodgers set up perfectly for the postseason with not pitching Ohtani as much, right? They've pretty much pulled him off the mound. You got Yamamoto and you got Skubal in a 3-game set. You got Snell coming back. Glasnow supposedly coming back. So what's the deal with that? So do you guys think that it is automatic for Dodgers, or do you see a team that could possibly knock them out? I'm not sure. Detroit doesn't seem interested in moving Mize now. Yeah, again, might take a decent haul to get Mize away from there. Hard to know what the Tigers are going to do at this point. They're in an interesting position. Yeah, the Angels front office has just let Trout down so many times. Totally agree. They're saying now Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox per Jared Carabas, but I'll wait for Jeff Passan to break that one. I mean, Red Sox need a catcher. It'd be crazy to trade in the division, but Trout is always hurt. What other teams would want him? And that's a great point, Michael. Right? You get at the most 120 games out of Trout. Do you pay that? I mean, even in his 120 games, the dude's super productive. So do you still want that on your team? I might, depending on the status of my outfield, right? I mean, the guy in 120 games still puts up 40 and 85. So possibly. I mean, maybe. Yeah, Luis Arraez to Philly. Yeah, I saw that one. Hopefully someone upsets the Dodgers. And I'm with you. I think someone in the National League has to knock them out before they get to the American League. Because if the Dodgers are rolling by the time they get into the World Series, it's going to be tough to stop them. Now, I get it. The Blue Jays were literally 2 inches away from beating them last year in the World Series. It's tough. Someone can do it, right? Baseball is a funny game, but they have loaded up yet again. So I don't know. We will see what happens. Who has a pitching staff that can really get hot in the postseason? Well, I honestly, it could be the Phillies, right? I could see the Phillies pitching staff get really hot. They have the potential. You got Wheeler, you got Sanchez, you got some great arms in that rotation. They could get extremely hot. I don't think they're done. I think they're going to bolster their bullpen here a little bit too. So I don't think the Phillies are done. That pitching staff could get hot. The Brewers, if they get another arm in there, and sneaky, maybe the Tampa Bay Rays. I know McClanahan is injury prone. I think he got pulled a couple days ago with a tight back, so maybe he's done. There are some pitching staffs that can get hot. Now, I'm going to backpedal, and my worries with the Phillies is that offense, right? I think Harper and Schwarber have to be white hot. I mean, white hot, where everything pitched to them in an 8-foot radius gets hit hard, right? In order for the Phillies to win. I don't think they have the offense to stay up with some other teams there in the NL. And with them shuffling around their defense, I'm not sure if I like that, right? So with Luis Arraez going, Arraez is going to play second. They're moving Alec Boehm to first and Bryson Stott to third and putting Harper back in the outfield. So maybe that solves their outfield problems. But now you have 3 guys playing different positions that they haven't played all year. Have they played there before? Yes. right? They're professionals. They probably can handle that. But is there a learning curve there, right? Is there an adjustment period? There might be there for Philly. So interesting to see how they adapt, how they change and get going there. But again, I'm just not sold on them. They just can't get over that hump in the first round, second round. They can't get there. And unfortunately, sorry, Phillies fans, I don't think that changes this year. The Brew Crew could get hot for sure. Silix says Red Sox are in on Adley, Neto, and Abrams, and I think they'll get two of them. I don't get the Abrams thing, right? I really don't, for the Nationals' sake. They've put up the most runs in the MLB this year, and Abrams leads the MLB in RBIs, right? James Wood is a hitting machine. You have two cornerstone guys that you can build your team around. You just need to focus on pitching. And we're talking about the Nationals getting to the playoffs this year, right? Come on. Like you have to keep them unless you're getting pitching back and a lot of decent pitching for Abrams. You can't move him. He's too much of a cornerstone guy. So yeah, it's interesting. If the Dodgers don't win this year, Michael, it will be probably the most historical collapse ever, right? You look at that Dodgers roster, right? Shohei Ohtani, future Hall of Famer. Freddie Freeman, future Hall of Famer. Mookie Betts, future Hall of Famer. Max Muncy, Dodgers Hall of Famer, right? Possibly, we're talking about one of the all-time greats. Now, that might be kind of weird for me to say, right? He has the most, or he's tied. I don't know if he's broken it yet. Tied for the most home runs at Dodger Stadium ever for a Dodger. That's crazy. So where does Max Muncy fit in that Dodgers legendary status? I don't think he's all the way at the top, right? I'm not putting him up with Duke Snyder and Jackie Robinson and Sandy Koufax. I'm not saying that, but he will go down as one of the most beloved players in Dodgers history. He has had a lot of big moments for them. 18-inning walk-off homer in the World Series against the Sox in 18. I mean, Max Muncy has been there in a Dodgers uniform almost since day one, right? Came up with the A's and then went to LA, and that's been that. So, but you don't think that they're winning it this year. It would be a huge and colossal collapse if they don't. So, Yankees tried to get Wood from the Nats. Nats wouldn't move him. I mean, it's stupid, right? The Nationals would be easily the dumbest franchise in the MLB if they decide to move Wood. My eyes, Abrams too, or both. Now, the package you would get for James Wood would be unreal, right? Does Cam Schlittler go in that deal? Is that Will Warren? Is that George Lombard? Like, you would have to get the Juan Soto haul that the Nationals got, right? The Nationals got Mackenzie Gore, CJ Abrams, James Wood, and somebody else. So, it would take that package to get Wood from the Nationals. So a couple people now are saying Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox. Yeah, I'm waiting for Passan to drop it here. I kind of just wait until he does to make it official. But that's pretty cool if that's actually happening. Red Sox really needed some help there behind. People are saying I won't get excited until I see the Passan tweet, but wow. That is a big upgrade at the catcher position for the Red Sox. That is something they have gotten no offensive production about or for. I think 10 home runs, not even 30 RBIs out of that. Carlos Narvaez has not taken a step forward. So that one's been tough. But if Adley Rutschman does indeed end up a Red Sox, that helps out quite a bit. It will be weird to see. It'll be interesting to see what the Red Sox had to give up for that, especially being interdivision. Joe Adele to the Guardians. Opie saying, "Where are you getting all this news, Opie?" Like I said, I don't I don't really want to report anything until I see pass and drop it. But the Guardians could use Adele for sure. So we will see. Yeah, everyone's kind of reporting Joe Adele to the Guardians, so that's possibly a thing here. Again, kind of just waiting for the official word here for me. But yeah, so pending medical review, it does say Adley Rushman to the Red Sox, but again, still waiting officially. John Carter, Twins are going to trade Larnach to the Astros for Brian Abreu, but the Twins GM shut it down at the last minute. I did see that. I just about almost had it in there last night and saw that they shut that one down. So I don't know if it's because he likes Larnach or there was something with Brian Abreu he didn't like. But interesting move there. Yeah, it's we will see what happens. I'm waiting for that Adley news to officially drop. But that would be huge, huge, huge. So, all right. So we talked a little bit about Scooble. Let's move to Freddie Peralta in the Rays. Do you guys really believe in what the Tampa Bay Rays are doing this year? Do you believe that they have what it takes to keep winning in an AL that, frankly, is not great? Do you think that the Tampa Bay Rays can sustain and make a playoff run? Not sure. Silic says supposedly Yankees offered Elmer Rodriguez, Spencer Jones, Will Warren, Luis Hill, Camilo Doval, and George Lombard for Woods and Foster. Yikes. That would have been the definition of blockbuster right there. That would have been an insane deal. Yeah, and I'm with you, Michael. I hope the Rays cause some trouble. I'm with you. Like, I'm an AL East guy, obviously, being a Red Sox fan. But I would be okay with I like when non-relevant teams are relevant again. The Rays deserve it, man. They have put the work in. They have got the minor league system built up. I would love to see the Tampa Bay Rays be significant again. So John Heyman's reporting Joe Adele. Okay. We'll take that. Sometimes I take him with a grain of salt sometimes, but we'll keep an eye on that. But multiple people are reporting that. So we will see. Who was it that did the Arson Judge tweet? It was him, right? It was Heyman. Yeah, it was Heyman with the Arson Judge tweet a couple of years ago. So that's why I kind of hold off from him. I wait for passing. Not saying that he's wrong, but Heyman has been wrong on multiple occasions. Arson Judge being the big one. I think he botched a Carlos Correa one too, which I mean everybody did. That one was absolute train wreck, and we were trying to figure out where he was going. But I tend to hold out on Heyman just a little bit. But yeah, can Peralta get back to his best self? If so, good move, but I have my doubts. I do too, right? And I think Peralta would have been a fantastic move for the Rays if McClanahan was still there and healthy. And that is another guy that is moving up the what if list for me. When he is right, Shane McClanahan is one of the best pitchers in the league, but he hasn't been right. So that's a tough one. I have my doubts too, right? Peralta not great this year, but who on the Mets was, right? Maybe a change of scenery helps. Maybe being in the Trop helps. I'm not really sure. That is a definite wait and see for me, but I hope. Opie's saying Taylor Ward to the Mariners. That would be huge for the Mariners. They need a bat badly. They need a few bats. In fact, they probably need 9 bats, to be completely honest. So looks like Orioles are in full sell here with Adley gone. Ward to the Mariners. That would be insane. It's a big bat that they needed. Still waiting. Yep. So Paston has reported Taylor Ward to the Mariners. He has not reported the Adley Rushman. Probably waiting for the physical to clear and all of that. But Taylor Ward to the Mariners is a done deal. Pretty cool there. Let's throw that trade in there. That will help the Mariners. But does that really help them? Does that put the Mariners over the top? Do they have another move coming? Not really sure. What do you guys think about that move for Ward to the Mariners? I mean, decent power bat, right? That's kind of what the Mariners have been missing with Cal Raleigh completely out and not himself, although he did go deep last night. He hasn't looked the same this year. So does Taylor Ward bring some pop to that lineup? Yeah, hopefully Ward finds his bat before he gets on the plane. That's fair, Scott. They said Tampa is still looking to add. And if they get another piece, then Boston has to get Neto if they want to keep up. Neto's a tough one for me. Harrison and I have talked about Neto quite a bit. Is he the guy that the Red Sox want? Does he help right now? There's a lot of swing and miss in his game. There's a lot of pop in his game. I just don't know. He's solid defensively. He would wear out the monster, but a lot of swing and miss. For me, he is a Trevor Story light. It would be a nice piece. Don't get me wrong. I would like it. I think it would help the Red Sox right now. But we'll see. Again, not sure who they'd have to give up. The Angels did just trade for a shortstop, so maybe as a minor league shortstop. So maybe they do. I don't know. We'll see. But the Red Sox are wheeling and dealing, it seems like, with Adley Rushman reportedly coming. Pretty cool. Taylor Ward's not a needle mover for you, and I agree. The Mariners need too much for him to actually move the needle, so I'm with you. They said last night on Baltimore station that Alonso and Jackson are both on the trade block as well. Man, if Pete Alonso is available, that could be a big stick for a playoff team, potential playoff team. That would be a big move. But yeah, not enough to help them. They need more hitting still. 1,000%, Silix, I'm with you. Mariners are far away from being competitive offensively. Completely agree with you there. Any of these other moves, what do you guys think about Luis Castillo moving from the Mariners to the White Sox? Now, has not had a stellar year with the Mariners. He's a veteran pitcher, can kind of go into White Sox. Maybe he brings a veteran presence. You know, we talked about this on the show last night. Does he help the young kids? Does he feel rejuvenated being around all those young kids with Chicago? How are we feeling about the White Sox? Again, they are years ahead of schedule. You know, playing in a wretched American League helps them be ahead of schedule. But what are we feeling about the Luis Castillo deal to the White Sox? Does he help them? Does he keep them the same? Does he lengthen out the staff at all? What about Luis Castillo to the White Sox? Again, maybe not a massive needle mover, but does it help them? Can that get them past a first round series? Or do we think the White Sox get in and get out? Right? Still a lot of baseball left, right? A lot of things can happen, but what are we thinking about that deal? Let's see. Anything else kind of going on here? Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay with Castillo on the back end. I think I'm with you, right? I think I'm okay with Castillo being at the back end of that rotation and helping them lengthen that a little bit. They did get Brazaban for the bullpen. That helps. And I don't think they've gotten anybody else yet, but Brazaban helps a little bit. If Castillo figures it out, he has a huge ceiling. Yeah, with you there completely. I'll put all the chats here on the screen so you guys all can see. Castillo figures it out. He has a huge ceiling. Agree. Castillo is your number 5 starter, and long relief come playoff time is good. Yeah, he's still got great stuff. He comes from that funky arm slot and can get hitters out. Now, we haven't seen it really this year with the Mariners, but that entire team has been a train wreck so far. So hopefully the Mariners can hang on here. I'm not really sure if I have faith in them. It seems like they're buying and trying to figure it out. I mean, they're not out of it, so I can see why they're buying. Right, they're 3 games out of the division, and everybody's there for the wild card. So, yeah, I don't hate the fact that the Mariners are buying when they usually have been not really aggressive in off seasons or anything like that. So I know they got Suarez and Naylor last year at the deadline, which helped them a little bit. Naylor more than goodness gracious, I just said his name. Oh, Suarez. God, brain cramp there. Sorry. Yeah, Naylor helped them a lot more than Suarez did. And that's why they decided to re-sign Naylor to keep him there. But I mean, Mariners are 2 back from the wild card. Yankees are in, Red Sox are in, and they're up by 4 games. Yankees up by 6.5. And the Guardians have that last spot now. Twins are 1 out. Rangers are 1.5 out. Mariners are 2. And it's, man, I don't know what to think about this American League yet. We got Tampa leading the division, the White Sox, and then the Astros have leaped up to first place there. AOS seems like it's going to be the Astros again. I should rotate hats today as trades come in. I would do that. I'd have to put all the hats here on my desk. That would be pretty crazy. I probably should. I have enough to do it, but yeah. Yeah, Mariners need too much for me. I mean, Taylor Ward's a nice piece. Is there anything else coming, or is this to set them up for next year? I know we have John Temple, who's a big Mariners fan for us. He would like him to see Randy go, J.P. Crawford go. Really tough for the Mariners to let J.P. Crawford go. He's been, a huge part of that team for a while. But it might be time to move on from JP. We'll see. Yeah. So John Heyman is now tweeting 11 minutes ago. They're moving closer to a deal for Adley Rutschman. Not done yet, but very good chance. And that's why Passan has not broke that yet, because it is not done yet. So Adley to Rutschman is not a thing yet. That's why I tend to hold off. Everybody kind of jumps the gun there. But yeah, holding off there. What else do we got here? I should send you a pic of my hat collection. I have 54, at least one from every team. That's incredible, Opie. Yeah, my entire closet, you open the door and it's all the way down. I got all the major league teams. I am missing Astros and one other, I think. But I'm really close there. But I have a ton of minor league hats as well. But yeah, we talked about it before, if the Twins should be buyers or sellers. It looks like we'll be buyers, but we're shopping at Costco. It'll be underwhelming. Yeah, and I'm with you, John. I think the Twins we said it last night. I think they're an interesting team because, again, they are the Chicago White Sox, right? We expected a big rebuild out of them. Heck, we didn't even know the people on the team after the trade deadline last year. So for them to be here and competitive, I would like to see them buy the pieces they need. And we've talked about this, off the show, John. Buy the pieces you need, but don't go crazy, right? Don't mortgage the future to go all in. This isn't the time yet for the Twins to do that. So just kind of sit back and just get the pieces you need and set yourself up for success in the future. That's where I would go. So shopping at Costco, sure. Buy in bulk. Why not? See what works out, right? That's where I am with the Minnesota Twins, and love it. Sorry, got a lot of moving pieces here on my side, but yeah. So Twins, interesting. I would love to see them go out and get somebody else, but with Buxton back on the shelf and injury prone there, do you dangle Royce Lewis out there? Do you see what Royce Lewis has on the market? If he even has a market, I don't know. Again, another guy that is hurt all the time, but when he is right, man, that dude is a beast. But he hasn't been right since the last couple times he's been hurt. So, what do we think? Do the Twins have a shot to make the postseason? Again, I think every team in the American League, minus the Royals, Athletics, and Angels, have a shot at the postseason. Well, I'd probably say Orioles and Blue Jays now at this point have a shot at the postseason. But realistically, can the Twins do some damage? Can they upset some apple carts here? I think they could. Yeah, John Carter, if we're talking hat collections, I'm over 420. That's absolutely insane. Yeah, so I have all the ice cream helmets they're sitting on. I'm gonna turn my computer around real quick if I can show you my ice cream helmets here. I have them all on. I have all 30 on the top there over there, so pretty cool. Just got those, but so I have all 30 of those. Pretty cool. Yeah, Angels are unloading for sure. Does Mike Trout really want to play meaningless baseball for the next 2 months? I guess so. Story of his career. Yeah, Angels are going to unload, and we kind of knew that going into here, especially with all the talks of Adele and Neto. Soriano unloaded. But yeah, I think Mike Trout is that comfortable where he is. It's sad. I hate it. I want to see the guy get more than 11 at bats in his postseason career, right? 3 games under his belt, 1 for 11. Like, I want to see Mike Trout in the playoffs. I really do. But it's not going to happen. Oh, you're talking about the mini helmets you could wear. Yeah, I had a couple, but I didn't have more than that. I think I had a Red Sox and a random Oakland A's one. But yeah, Mike Trout's he's a what if again. Like, are we talking about him being the best player in MLB history or one of the best in MLB history if we're even 50% more healthy than we have been? If we're on a winning team, if we're in a big market, if he's on the Yankees, Red Sox, Dodgers, Cubs, like one of those big market teams, are we talking about Mike Trout differently? Are we talking about his career differently? Are we talking about an all-time great? I mean, we still arguably are talking about an all-time great, but what if? That's my biggest thing with Mike Trout. It sucks. It does. It's terrible. Yeah, Mike Trout will not be moved. I'm with you, Silix. I don't think he's moving. I would love to see him moved. I would love to see him play meaningful baseball. But again, there's no pressure in Anaheim. So I don't think so. I don't think he moves. Yeah, King Felix is the other one. We've talked about him for sure. Never played a postseason in Seattle. Absolutely nuts that he never did. He would no doubt undoubtedly be a Hall of Famer if he could win. Those teams he pitched for were wretched. All the other stats are incredible, except for his win total. And you know the writers are still hell-bent on that win statistic when it's not necessarily a clear measure of how good you are as an MLB pitcher. Yeah, King Felix is another one. Just kind of rotted away in Seattle with nothing to show for it. Yeah, if Trout never got hurt, you're talking top 10 all-time easy. Yeah, I'm with you. Would have had all the milestone numbers across the board. I mean, stat sheet stuffer to the nth degree, this dude, but can't stay on the field. He's not healthy. Yeah, insane. All right, let's move on to the Chicago Cubs acquiring Kevin Gausman from the Toronto Blue Jays. And on the backside of that, we'll talk about Soriano going to the Blue Jays and seeing what they're doing there. So Kevin Gausman to the Cubs. What does that do for you guys? Does that make the Cubs a serious contender over there in the NL? Now, they are 6 out of the division. They are 4 up in the wild card. So they are firmly in a wild card position. What does Kevin Gausman bring to that Cubs team that needs a ton of pitching? So does that deal help put the Cubs over the edge here? Does that put them on the same level as the Brewers? I'm not even putting anybody up next to the Dodgers yet, but does actually finally getting some pitching there in Chicago help move them up, right? Yeah, the Cubs stole Gausman right from out under my Braves. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great move for the Cubs, I think, right? He's a veteran. He knows how to get it done. Still one of the best splitters in the game, right? Keeps hitters off balance. He's good in big moments. We saw it last year. He was pretty good in the playoffs. Does that translate all over to the Cubs at Wrigley Field and down the stretch and in the postseason? I sure hope so. I love it when the Cubs are relevant. I think it's fun when they are competitive and they're in the playoffs and in the hunt. I love it when the Cubs are there. So I'm hoping this move helps. And maybe the Cubs aren't done either. I would like to see them get another arm. We'll see. Yeah, good move for Chicago. He was lights out in Toronto last October. I guess if you can't have Skubal, Kevin Gausman is the next best option. I'm with you, Nico, 100%. I love this deal for the Cubs. And a team that has been screaming for pitching ever since you thought Justin Steele was going to be that guy. And again, another guy that can't stay on the field. He had that breakout year. Everyone's like, oh, man, this guy's a real deal. Opening day, he pops his hamstring. He's done for pretty much the entire season. Comes back, blows out a shoulder, I think it was. So then goes on the shelf again for another year. So, and I don't think he's even throwing. Left elbow flexor strain that sidelined him for a year. UCL surgery in April of 2025. And we're still not back. Still no return date for Justin Steele. They're cautious about rushing him back to avoid re-injury. Craig Counsell was quoted saying he's just started to touch the mound. So he's making some progress, but there's no chance he comes back to help them at all this year. But yeah, April 7th, 2025, he had that procedure. And he's still not back. So we are at the end of 2026, and it's crazy. Silic says Adam Wainwright said in an interview that Gausman deal is better than Skubal because a lot cheaper and proven in the postseason with the best splitter in baseball. And I don't hate that take. I think Adam Wainwright knows how to pitch just a little bit. I think he was all right in his day. So he knows what he's talking about. And I agree with him. That splitter is disgusting. Hitters know what's coming. They still can't hit it. It drops off a table. Kevin Gausman's splitter is the real deal for sure. Silic says Strider's career might be over. That's another one, man. Strider, It sucks. Really does. That one's tough to see. What's his status? I'm not. Yeah, it says unlikely to pitch again 2026. Right elbow information. He's avoided surgery as of now. Do you just go ahead and get it done? I just at this point, UCL surgeries, I say it all the time, is like an oil change. It also said he began the season on the injured list, left oblique strain. I mean, with a Brave staff that is hard up for pitching, it is hard to see that he's not going to come back. Chad saying for the Gossman, much needed move. The offense can be touch and go for Chicago at times. Having a guy that takes that pressure off the bats is nice. Agree. This team, talk about Jekyll and Hyde for the Chicago Cubs, right? 10 wins in a row, 10 losses in a row, 10 wins in a row, 10 losses in a row. What team are you getting at the end of September and into October? Right? Does Gossman bring some stability to that? Right? Is he that stopper that the Cubs need? Like every time that Gossman gets the ball, are they in a better chance? Do they have a better chance of winning? I think the answer is yes. They absolutely do. So to get rid of those streaks, maybe Gossman was the best deal for the Cubs to make at that time. Yeah, pitchers' elbows are here for a good time, not a long time. That's a great way to put it, John. It's just crazy. But man, if you start feeling your elbow, go just get the surgery, get the brace procedure. At this point, yeah, it's a year and a half. But guess what? Your contract is guaranteed. Just go do it. Just go do it so you can come back and get paid after. It is what it is. It's not as career ending as it used to be. That's what they're thinking with Sandy Koufax was a UCL that wasn't around then. So just go do it. The medicine's there. Just go. Yeah, Scott, just go do it. Right. Just take the time, go do it. You're still going to get paid. You're still going to rehab it. So just do it. Silic says Strider, 4 major elbow and 2 major shoulder surgeries, and Velo went from 101 max to 96 max and all that in 6 years. Yeah. Tough. Right. And kind of with the velo dipping, we're now talking about Paul Skeens. I don't know if you guys have been seeing his last few starts. He's barely touching 96. With a guy that was throwing, 100 to 102 regularly, his velocity's down. Now, is that a worry? Yeah, that's a big worry for me. What does that look like for his future, Pirates' future? Is he just tired? Maybe it's fatigue, right? Maybe it's a fatigue factor. I mean, I wish I could be tired and maybe have a, some little injury and still throw 96. It must be nice. But we've seen the velocity tick down. He's getting roughed up a little bit in his starts. Is there something going on with Paul Skeens? I think it's just a matter of time, right? Mizorowski, how sustainable is 104? I mean, the guy threw, 60-something pitches over 100 miles an hour the other day. That's not sustainable. I don't care how much of a freak of nature you are. That rubber band you have in your elbow will snap, right? Eventually, it will snap. You stretch out a rubber band, you sit here and do it countless times. Eventually, the fibers wear down and it breaks. It's going to happen. Right? Mizorowski will be missing time at some point. Skeens will be missing time at some point. Yeah, I like Miz's take. He said, if my elbow doesn't feel right, I go to the doctor every time. My right arm is my whole career. Yeah. All the millions of dollars is literally sitting in this appendage, right? Go get it checked out if it doesn't feel right. Joseph says too much time with Libby. That could be it, right? Maybe that's why a little dip in velocity there. But yeah, Tommy Johns have gone from a death sentence of a career to being passed out like Halloween candy. You're not wrong, Chad. Not wrong. All right, let's flip over to this Jose Soriano thing, right? The Blue Jays are getting rid of Gossman, right? Why would we go out and get Jose Soriano if we are in a sell mode? What's his contract status here? I'm looking it up. He has got team control through the 2028 season. So, yeah, he's arbitration eligible. So, for $2.9 million in 2026, 2027 second arbitration year. So he comes with control. He's not a free agent till 2029. Is that smart for the Blue Jays? Now, Soriano had an incredible first 3 months of the season. He was untouchable. First pitcher to 6 wins. I mean, no one was hitting this guy. He's come back down to earth a little bit. So, what is your take on Jose Soriano to the Blue Jays? Will that work out for them? Let's see. His stats for this year were 9-6 now with a 3.29 ERA, 127 strikeouts and 123 innings, 1.2 WHIP. But like I said, the first 6-7 starts of the season, first 3 months, he was unreal. But we'll see. There must have been a few GMs who wanted to strangle someone in Toronto. Yeah, Ed, probably, right? Soriano could have helped in one of these playoff teams for sure. But Toronto gave them what they needed. So we will see. Let's see if we got any other rumors out there right now. Kind of a little quiet right here. So still waiting for the Adley one to drop here officially. But yeah, it's good. I think that the Blue Jays are good for setting them up for the future. Even though they seem to be selling to a certain degree. I mean, Gossman we knew was a done deal. He's coming up on a contract year. Some team was going to pay for him. So that move makes sense. I don't think they're in full sell. I still think they believe what they have there. I know that Varsho was on the block. George Springer was on the block, but again, another guy that can't stay healthy. But I think you hang on to everybody else. I think that's smart for the Blue Jays. But good trade for them. I mean, with a guy with control, he's going to get you some innings. He's going to get you some strikeouts. I think that's a solid move for the Blue Jays. Silic said, Greg Maddux said Pedro was so great because even though he hit 97, he was throwing his hardest. He wasn't throwing his hardest and even changed speeds, location, difference in pitchers and throwers. Yeah. Pedro would sit around 94 to 97, and then he'd have 99 and 100 in his back pocket if he needed to gas somebody up. He never threw max effort except for maybe 1 or 2 times a game to put a guy away, right? It was the best changeup I've ever seen in my life. I mean, Johan Santana's was up there too, but Pedro's changeup just absolutely disgusting. And so he didn't have to throw max effort because he pitched, right? Just to your point, he pitched, he didn't throw. That's a big difference there. Braves called for Soriano, but they wanted our 2 top pitching prospects and a reliever. No way. Yeah. Get it. Absolutely get it. So, all right. Let's pivot to the Phillies. I know we talked about them a little bit, but Luis Arraez there, right? Luis Arraez goes to second base. Bryce Harper was seen buying an outfielder's mitt. He already said that he would move back to the outfield, so kind of fixes their outfield issue. It moves Bryson Stott to third and Alec Bohm to first. Now, are the Phillies done? Do they try to add another arm? Do they try to add another bat? Do you try to find a third baseman out there? Is there a third baseman to be had? I mean, Maikel Garcia from the Royals, possibly, if you can put a package together for him. Do you send Stott out and get Maikel Garcia? Now they need another right-handed bat. Maikel Garcia would be that. Now I'm just throwing his name out there. I don't know if it would be actually absolutely true. But is that something that you could do? I think it is. Again, don't believe in this team. I don't believe in them being shuffled around defensively. We'll see. I think they need more offense. JT Realmuto too. Like he signed, I think, a 3-year deal this offseason, which was head scratching to all of us. Do they try to upgrade at the catching position? I know he's not the 3-year $45 million contract at Realmuto, and I just don't. I didn't get that contract when they signed it. There was no interest on the free agent market, and then the Phillies go back and sign it for 3 years. It was interesting. He's hitting 225, 8 homers, 37 RBIs. I mean, it's standard of what I guess you're getting out of catching across the league, but do the Phillies look for a catcher? Is there a catcher out there to be had? I'm not really sure. Yeah, a lot of movement in the infield for a team that thinks they're a contender. Completely agree, Michael. Crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I'll take Garcia and Walker in Atlanta. There would be significant upgrades there for the Braves. What do the Braves need? Silix, Michael, you guys are the Braves experts. I can't watch them being here in North Carolina, which is absolutely insane. But what do the Braves need other than starting pitching, right? We all know that they need starting pitching badly. You got Brent Suter for the bullpen. Doesn't necessarily move the needle for me. Do you guys like the Bailey Falter and Lane Thomas moves? I know we talked about it last night. Lane Thomas for me is a piece, I guess. I don't think he's a huge piece. He's probably platooning out there somewhere. He's been pushed around the last couple of years, so I'm not really sure there. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, Ivan said, so back to the Phillies real quick. Luis Ariz is playing for his 5th team in 8 years. It's absolutely insane. Batting average just doesn't have the same value that it used to have. Granted, he isn't fast, doesn't have a ton of power, and his defense isn't exactly shut down, so he's kind of one-dimensional, but he has the highest career average of all active players. You'd think someone would want to keep him long-term. And I'm with you, Ivan, right? He is an anomaly right now. That the guy with the highest batting average can't seem to be on the field or find a place to play, right? Nobody wants him long term. I think part of it is the contact hurts him, which is weird to say, but he doesn't walk, right? If anything is close to the zone, he is fouling it off and seeing another pitch, right? So his batting average is high, yes, because when he puts contact in, he finds some green. It's pretty incredible to watch. If he walked, at a Kyle Schwarber pace and then had this average, I mean, he doesn't necessarily have to walk at a Kyle Schwarber pace, but you know what I mean? Walking more than he usually does. Is Luis Ariz more valuable? I think the answer is yes. If his OBP is 50 points higher because he's walking more teams, he would be staying on a team, but he just doesn't walk. So the contact, the bat to ball is so good that it actually hurts him, which is insane to think about, but wild. Michael said, back to the Braves. They need Acuna and Riley to be their normal selves. I like Lane Thomas to platoon with Yaz. Yeah, and that's all that's going to be there. They're okay filling pieces, but I do like Maley. Okay, yeah, I forgot. I got the Maley. I don't think I put the Maley trade in there. That happened this morning. That was, or was it late last night? I think it was late last night that it happened. Let's see. Oh, you guys got rid of Nacho Alvarez in that Brent Suter deal. So no more Nacho in Atlanta. That's too bad. When did Maley get traded? I felt like that was it a couple nights ago? I can't find it. Passon doesn't have it in his thread here. So maybe they're waiting for a physical there as well. Not sure. But yeah, I like Melee there. But does that make that rotation any better? Like, yes, I mean, better this is better than what they have, right? Because I mean, they have nobody other than Chris Sale at the moment. So sure, it helps. If Thomas and Yaz are platooning, it means Doobie has to be at short. Kim needs to be gone because Jarvis plays better than him. Yeah, Kim can go serve beer or popcorn right at the local ice skating rink where he seems to like to be. Um, yeah, both Sox are getting Rushman finalizing details. Yeah, we saw that. We've talked about it a little bit, Steve. We're waiting for I wait for Passan to drop it. I don't necessarily believe John Heyman all the time because we have made mistakes in the past. Heyman's also reporting Brenton Doyle to the White Sox. So again, um, take it with a grain of salt. Um, Ken Rosenthal's also reporting that Brenton Doyle to the White Sox. What other pieces from the Rockies would you guys want for your team? It can be anything, right? I mean, obviously Hunter Goodman would be the massive one, right? So seems like the Red Sox are out because they're getting Adley Rushman, which I don't hate. I obviously would have preferred Hunter Goodman, but I think the package would be absolutely insane to get Hunter Goodman from the Rockies. And if I'm the Rockies, I don't know if I do it. But all right, I will be back in a minute, guys. All right, sorry, back now. Yeah, so sorry, my HVAC went a couple days ago, so it we got a guy coming to look at it. So, anyways, let's try to get this slideshow back up here. There we go. So yeah, waiting to finalize the Adley Rushman deal. But yeah, I'm with you, Steve. I don't think um, that anybody could put a big enough package together for Goodman. I completely agree there. Um, everybody, no, not a pee break. Yeah, I will have to kind of take a pause. I'll leave the stream up in about 20 minutes because I do have, like I said, I have that guy coming to look at my HVAC because we've been sitting here in North Carolina in 90-degree weather in the house for a while. So I will have to take a little bit of a hiatus and then we can come back. Hopefully, let some other news drop. But yeah, back to it. The trade deadline has me feeling defeated like the rest of the season doesn't matter. The Dodgers are inevitable. The reward for that is a year, maybe two without baseball. And Brian, I hate that. I really do. But a lot of us are unfortunately feeling that way. Um, it's tough, right? And I think some teams are feeling that too. Like, I mean, maybe not. Maybe I'm, just being a pessimistic fan, but maybe there are teams out there that are just like, what are we even doing, right? Maybe we can try to set our team up for the future, but why try to compete now, right? Do they have a defeated outlook on it? If you are a low market team, like, do you just try to load up with prospects? We said it a couple trade deadlines ago that the Miami Marlins won the trade deadline a couple of years ago. They just loaded up on prospects, and you're starting to see it pay off a little bit for them now, right? They're not there yet, but they're in good shape for the future. So the Marlins are in decent shape because they got the prospects. But is that all you're doing? Is you just kind of kicking the can down the road, right? The Dodgers are like Thanos. Scuba was the Mind Stone. We are all waiting to disintegrate. And unfortunately, baseball is going to disintegrate because that puts the nail in the coffin for the lockout. I think that trade alone, if it didn't already before, right? Kyle Tucker was already there. That deal, paying that dude $120 million for the year, after tax and all that stuff, the penalty, $120 for Kyle Tucker, who is doing nothing for you, and it's not going to hurt the Dodgers financially. This is where I make the comparison, right? Because the Dodgers can do that, spend $120 million for 1 year for one guy, and not be financially hurt. If the Pittsburgh Pirates do that, if the Kansas City Royals do that, hell, if the Colorado Rockies do that, they can't recover. They won't recover. It will take decades for them to recover from that financial loss if it doesn't pay out, right? Dodgers are just like, yeah, we'll get another one. We'll just get Scooble at the deadline, right? It's two completely different games. And that's what I hate about it. And I think owners are fed up with it. We will be in for a long work stoppage. I don't see the sides coming together here much coming down the stretch. And obviously in the postseason, they'll take a back seat and they'll wait for postseason to end, the awards to end. Then they might have a couple exchanges before the CBA finally expires December 1st. But man, it's tough. It's hard. It sucks for us baseball fans. It really does. But yeah, so Brenton Doyle to the White Sox. It looks like that's going to be a done deal. So another speed guy for that White Sox team. I kind of like that. Okay, so Buster Olney is reporting the Red Sox and Orioles have a deal arranged for Adley Rutschman. Prospects, medicals are set. Red Sox just need to say yay or nay. So they are waiting for the Red Sox to say yes. He's also reporting that Clay Holmes, Robbie Ray, Brady Singer, and maybe Casey Mize are still the rentals on the board. Brewers, Phillies, Braves, Red Sox among the possible buyers for a starting pitcher. So we could see if we got any more movement out of there. Still nothing official from Jeff Passan yet. Still the Taylor Ward is the last one reported here. Boston just swept the Dodgers. Doesn't matter how much LA stacks up. They have to play the games. Look at how many great teams on paper didn't get it done. 2001 Yankees choked. 1996 Braves choked. 71 Orioles choked. We don't know what the 2026 Dodgers won't choke. And it's a fair point, Ivan. I completely understand it, right? I really do. You take a lot of those variables out when you do stack up your team. Does it happen? Yes, it happens, right? It's baseball. But you're also taking the odds out of it by stacking your team up, right? That there's been a lot of great teams in those years that you just said that have won, right? For stacking up. So does it happen that they lose? Yes, 1,000%. I'm with you, right? I don't think this is the one. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. But you have 5, if not 6 of the top 10 players on your team in all of MLB on your team. This would be the most historical choke job ever if they don't win, right? You have 4 potential future Hall of Famers on your team. You had 5 before Clayton Kershaw, retired last year. But I mean, Ohtani, Freeman, Betts, and so 3. Is there anybody else I'm missing glaringly that's going to make the Hall of Fame there? I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, the 0-1 Yankees lost, but not until they had three-peated and won 4 and 5 years. And that's my point, right? Does it happen? Yes, it happens. But yeah, that Yankees team also three-peated, just like Joseph said. So it's rare. It can happen. I hope it happens. I just I don't see it. I think we see our first three-peat in 20 years, 30 years. So yeah. So anything else, fellas, right now at the moment? We've got who haven't we talked? Luis Garcia Jr. to the Yankees. Let's go over to the Yankees real quick. What do the Yankees need? Where does Luis Garcia Jr. play? Kind of interesting move here. I think I love the bat. Defensively, supposedly a liability. That's why the Nationals had moved him from the middle infield to first base. Where do the Yankees go from here? Where does he play? Yeah, the best thing ever would be the Marlins play the Dodgers in the first round and sweep them. It'd make the whole season worth it. Imagine that. That would be insane. But so Luis Garcia Jr. sounds like he's going to play first base. That moves Ben Rice to DH, right? Or you kind of platoon them back and forth, like one DHs, one plays first. Do you move Jazz back to the outfield and put Garcia at second, right? With Judge out and the Yankees in the market for an outfielder, is Jazz that piece that you can put out there and put Garcia at second? Possibly. I don't know if that's the way the Yankees will do. With Aaron Boone, anything's possible. But what are your thoughts on placement for Luis Garcia Jr.? Where does he play? His bat's going to play there. It's an offensive boost that the Yankees need. He's had a pretty good year. He comes with control. But where does he play? And yeah, Scott, I get this, right? For me, the sport is better if there's a more of a level playing field. Agree, right? I would love to see stars spread across the league and not just in the NL West, right? I mean, that NL West is loaded with superstars. It's insane, right? Does the American League have some guys? Yes, I'm not saying they don't have any, but that NL West is loaded with talent, and it just seems like everybody keeps going there. But yeah. So yeah, silence out of the Yankees from you guys. All right. Now Steve says I see Garcia mostly at first and DH, probably a little at second as well. Yeah, I can see that. I see him kind of floating around a little bit. I think first and DH. We talked about him a little bit last night on the show. I think it's first and DH and kind of flip flopping with Ben Rice there. But with the outfield hole with Judge, right? Is that the spot for Chisholm? Do we see Jazz move at the deadline? Are the Yankees even shopping him? Is that a name that comes up? Does he help another team? I don't know if he does. I don't know if Jazz moves. But yeah, I think I'm with you. I think he kind of platoons at first base with DH. Right? It's not even really platoon. They just switch out defense and DH. Yankees still need a right-handed catcher. Where do they go? Right? Where do they go? Ivan says, I think the Yankees should go get Randy Arozarena. He's cheap, he can play the outfield, and he's super clutch. Garcia plays first base, Rice DHs, Goldie goes back to being a bat on the bench, and the Yankees prepare for the reality that Giancarlo Stanton will not be back this season. We can only hope to get Judge back in mid or late September, but certainly not before that. And he doesn't see Jazz moving at all. Yeah. Jazz would trade himself for Ohtani straight up. And we got Rob joining us. How's it going, Rob?
Hey, Nick.
How we doing?
Are you tired yet?
No, not yet, man. This is nothing compared to the 12-hour marathon that I had opening day. So nothing.
Sorry I'm late. I hear you have HVAC issues, and
oh yeah, that's
my
great.
refrigerator died this morning, so I've got somebody working on that right now.
Fun stuff. Yeah, I got the guy's coming in about 20 minutes, so I'd have to step out with him for a little bit. But you can either stay on then or come back later when I'm on. It's totally up to you. I can hand the show over to you if you want, but you don't have to. John Heyman's reporting that Marlins have set a high price on Kyle Stowers, not especially motivated to move him. Astros are among the team that are trying to get Kyle Stowers. That would be a move for sure. Yep, still waiting on the Adley Rushman news to be officially named. But yeah. All right. So for those of you guys that don't know, this is Rob Weber. He is the host of Highlights from Lowlifes, an incredible show about just a whole bunch of friends that just love talking baseball. It's more of like a comedy show. I was a guest on their show last week, and I really loved the opportunity to kind of go on and tell them what our show is about and all of that stuff. So appreciate going on your show, Rob. But tell us a little bit more about what your show is about.
We started doing Zoom calls during the pandemic. We're a bunch of senior baseball players in the San Francisco Bay Area, and we couldn't play ball. We couldn't hang out. So we found Zoom, and we started out doing happy hours. And we realized we could do a lot more than an hour because nobody was going anywhere. So these evolved into sports talks over time. We had as many as a dozen people on the Zoom calls, and people came with presentations to make their point. PowerPoints. They'd play them in the background.
That's incredible.
I got introduced to a guy that is promoting an app called Mic'd Up, and I started working with him and asked him if I could do a show on the network, and he said absolutely not. He wanted celebrities. He had Rick Barry and Bip Roberts were doing shows. And I kept pushing him, and then he said, well, you do want to use a 4-camera setup, which is something we want to test. So they let us do a show. And Nick, you were our 150th show the other day.
Yeah, it was awesome.
We've been having a really good time doing it. And our fan base isn't quite as big as yours, but we're still having a great time with it.
Yeah, and that's all that matters, man. That all comes with it. You'll find your people like we have. It's been an absolutely wild ride for us. But yeah, if you guys don't know about the Mic'd Up app, it's actually really cool. So like you're on there and you don't type your comments into the app. You actually record your voice like you're calling into a radio station, and your voice can be played on the show. So you can ask questions, comments. You guys were great. Michael was over there watching the show and still razzing me. So it doesn't matter which podcast I'm on. You guys still give me a hard time. I loved it. It was really, really cool time. And it was awesome that, I've been watching you here and there and getting to meet your fellow castmates. Tell us a little bit about them.
Most of us went to either the San Francisco Giants or the Oakland A's fantasy camps. And out here on the West Coast, we have a league. It's all former fantasy campers, and we play in the Bay Area. And then we have tournaments against the Dodger campers, the Padre campers, the Cardinal campers, anybody that's been to these camps. The level of play is somewhere near awful, and that's okay. It's all about having a good time and making friends. There's 4 or 5 tournaments a year up and down the West Coast, and I did that for 20 years. I'm kind of done playing ball right now, but just enjoy hanging out with the guys and talking baseball like we're doing today.
Yeah.
Nick, you mentioned about the Mic'd Up app. One thing you might not have known is it's moderated by AI. Okay. So if people are calling in to the show and leaving messages, if they use a bunch of F-bombs in their language, we never even see the question or comment. It gets eliminated.
Wow.
And then it also looks at the content of what you say and matches it up with the show title and description, and it ranks everything by relevance. So we can see the most relevant questions and comments at the top and play those in if we're running short on time. So
That's really cool. I did not know that about that aspect. That's really cool. That's awesome. All right, so let's get into this trade deadline and your view. So you're out in San Francisco. That Giants team is an absolute I don't even know what to call them. They're in trouble, right? You you sh-
we have a little running bet. We want to know if they're going to be able to field a team.
it, yeah, either injuries or astronomical contracts. It's crazy. So you got rid of Maley's gone, and Luis Arise is gone, which we all knew that one. We saw the writing on the wall there. Which
Mm-hmm.
other pieces do you think get shipped out of San Francisco?
Robbie Ray will go before the deadline.
Yeah.
I thought he would go to the Cubs, but I don't think so anymore. Not after the Gosman deal. Um, the Braves, I hear, are interested, so it could be the Braves. But he will go. That's the most valuable contract they have left. And
Yeah.
we've talked about what what the Giants would want to do. They would want to move Adames. They would want to move Chapman. They would want to move Devers, but those are almost impossible to move.
Yeah.
So you'd have to tape something together with them to make it interesting.
Yeah. And that piece was, in my eyes, Casey Schmidt, but he goes down with injury. So
Correct. Correct.
you got nothing to attach those guys to. Instead of a train wreck, capsized boat in the bay, maybe. Yeah, that's more like it.
So
Yeah,
the other one I heard last night makes sense would be Helio Ramos to the Yankees.
yep,
For those of us in the Bay Area to watch Ramos play the outfield is quite the adventure. He's not a good outfielder, but he is a good hitter.
yep.
And he's uh, of value to somebody. But I think the Giants could easily move on from him and maybe get something for him.
Yeah.
So.
Quick story about Helio Ramos is we were on the show and I had asked the trivia question: how many right-handed batters have hit the ball into McCovey Cove? And the answer was 0. No joke. The next night, Ramos takes one opposite way and
Exactly.
puts it in the cove, and I go, "You have got to be kidding me!" So we couldn't even release the trivia question because it wasn't statistically
It was
correct
no
anymore.
longer true.
Yeah, and I was like, "You have got to be kidding me!" And all the years that Oracle Park, Pac Bell Park, whatever it is, you know, was in existence, no one had ever done it. The next night, man, Ramos puts one in the bay, and I'm like, "You have got to be joking! Like, what are the odds, man? Crazy." We got a question from Scott. Do you miss Candlestick Park?
No. I went to many games at Candlestick. It was I saw some great games there, but it's kind of a miserable experience. The wind and the cold coming right off the bay. Um, I drove up to San Francisco the other day by where Candlestick Point is, and the stadium, of course, is completely gone, and they're putting in some office buildings or something. But it was not a fun experience. Um, I remember going to the final game at Candlestick in 1999. I was invited to the game by some of the pros from Fantasy Camp, and I'm going up to my suite for the day, and the elevator stops, and we were trapped in an elevator for an hour. Uh, I was trapped with Dave Righetti, and I don't know if people know Hobie Landreth. Hobie actually invited me to the game.
Wow.
Hobie was the very first New York Met. He was selected in the expansion draft as a
Okay.
captain.
That's
So
really cool.
yeah, Candlestick for me was kind of good riddance. I see Scott loved the stick. Um, the stick was great because it was ours.
Right.
Um, Scott, let us know if you got a craw to candlestick. Nick, they would give out these buttons that you could wear on your shirt that said you survived the previous game because it was so cold.
Was that miserable, huh?
They gave them out for extra inning games at night. If you
Dang,
managed to stay till the end, you got a button. So,
that's crazy, man. Yeah, Silix wants Ramos out in Atlanta. Yeah, I think that's a great name, right? We have heard that name come up. I think he fits on a couple teams for sure. Um, and I think at this point, the Yankees are. I think that's a great landing spot. I'm with you, Rob. They're looking for that offensive boost. You're never going to replace Aaron Judge, right? You just aren't. But with Garcia, and if you somehow get Ramos or Randy Arozarena was mentioned earlier, those are two bats that can definitely help that Yankees lineup. I'm not sure. We'll see. I'm guessing here in the next hour or so, things are going to start to really start flying. It might be hard to keep up with everything. So kind of a little flurry this morning. But your take on Tarek Skubal going to LA?
well, I know that you and Harrison talked about it the other night. I kind of agree with you. It seemed to be preordained.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm curious whether other teams had a legitimate shot at him.
Yeah.
Um, the thought process behind this, it's it's an embarrassment of riches. I mean, people have been sending me memes this morning that said the Dodgers have traded for Jesus Christ and got
Yeah.
rid of 3 sinners in exchange. Baseball. I mean, we mentioned this the other night. The Dodgers are not doing anything wrong.
Right.
They're playing within the rules, but baseball needs to change the rules so that it can be competitive.
Agree.
Um, the the farm system is an embarrassment of riches.
Mm-hmm.
Zaire Hope is a great ball player, but he's like the third best outfielder on his team.
Yeah.
And they said, "Oh yeah, you want to throw this guy in? Sure, boom." You know, he'd
Yeah.
be the jewel of everybody else's farm systems, but in the Dodgers, he's 12 or 13. So,
Yeah, and that's the other part, right? Like, yes, they developed the farm system and they have one of the best in the league, but that also takes money as well, right? And
yeah.
I don't think a lot of people think about that. Is with the 12 billionaire owners they have in their group or whatever the number is,
Hmm.
they have the money to put into their development system as well. So that is part of being able to use all your cash for every aspect, and you
Hmm.
have the best GM in the game probably over there with you. So it's
Yeah.
just it is insane. But the game always evolves, right? Teams always try to find that loophole, right? I mean, yes, banging on trash cans, illegal, right? But it's still the Astros trying to find a loophole,
Hmm.
right? Like it's not, yes, it's clearly like against the character of what baseball's supposed to be. I get it, right? But it's no different than trying to steal signs electronically or off a TV or right. It's just another form of cheating. Again, not saying the Dodgers are cheating. It's just teams looking for that edge somehow.
Right.
And
Right.
with the amount of money that the Dodgers have compared to the second place team, and that's crazy. With Steve Cohen sitting there worth I don't even know how many billions of dollars, it's pales in comparison to what these 12 have in LA. And with an exclusive TV market, one of the biggest, if not the biggest market in the country now, because they probably get all of Japan. Like
Hmm.
it's crazy. MLB does have to do something, and that's why this lockout will be substantial. And it sucks. It sucks for everybody, but it is at a point where if it doesn't get fixed, baseball will die. People will stop watching.
We talked the other night. I think there will be no serious negotiations until after the World Series because they don't want
Yes.
to take away from the game. I get it.
Yeah.
So what you're going to hear is a bunch of posturing. They'll try to get the fans' empathy with their proposals, not really addressing anything. They'll puff out their chest. We've seen this before.
Yeah.
And they'll have to be backs up against the wall before they actually do something. So I don't know that we'll lose the whole season, but we'll lose a chunk of it. They'll dig in and say we have to make a change, and the players will say, "Hey, it works for us. We don't want any change." So
Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah. It's hard for me. I mean, for me at least, I don't know about you, but I am at the moment on the owner's side. Now, the proposals they've put out have been quote unquote realistic in my eyes, right? I don't feel like they're asking for a ton, right? Yes, you're asking for a cap, but you're also telling teams that they have to spend up to $174 million. That's never been done before. They've never said, hey, owners, you have to spend this amount of money every year or you're going to have significant penalties. Never seen that before in the history. So they're giving stuff up as well. Now, they seem like they are trying to come up with something to just get a response out of the MLBPA. They're putting something out, and MLBPA is just like, they put out a statement 12 hours later, and it's just like, no, we don't like that. It's like, well, that doesn't help anything. Like, tell us what you want instead of just saying no.
Or acknowledge that there's a problem of some kind and tell us what your solution is to the
Right.
problem.
Right.
I mean, you talked about floors. Out here in the Bay Area, we had the Athletics who were not, they didn't have a payroll of any significance. That guy was making money off a really bad team. He knew that a certain number of people would come to the game no matter what. And he got his TV money and he got his revenue sharing and played around with the city of Oakland about a ballpark deal that he was never really serious about.
Right.
He wanted Vegas the whole time. They told him, Major League Baseball came to him and said, you better start moving that payroll up or you're going to have some problems getting approval for the things that you want.
Yeah.
So that was an artificial basement cap that they put on him. Now it'll be a real one, and it'll affect half dozen teams, and you'll see some teams balk at it, and maybe those owners need to sell and get somebody in there that actually wants to move the team forward and invest in it.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, you do have to find a way to force the owners to spend. I completely agree with that side of the MLB's PA's point, right? But and they don't want a cap. It's just going to make the owners richer. Like, I get that. But if you cap it and you put the floor up there, you are proving that all the money is there to be had still. It's just the money might be on the Miami Marlins. The money might be with the Colorado Rockies. It's there for you to have. You just have to go get it. That's where it is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when the competitive balance starts to shift and starts to spread out. And it's not all sitting in the NL West, right? Yeah. I mean, how many of the top 25 players are in the NL West? I mean, you got Ketel Marte out there for the Diamondbacks. You've got the whole Dodgers roster. You could say Machado's out there, Tatis Jr. Like, there's so many names in the NL West that we don't get to really see that much anymore because they're just on the West Coast. You get to see them. We don't over here on the East Coast because they play at 1 o'clock in the morning, right? So it's time to spread it out and make these lower market teams spend a little bit.
Right.
The thing that the NFL has that the MLB doesn't, and we talked about this last night, is all of their TV money is shared equally across the league, right? The thing that's unique about the MLB is it's all local market sourced, other than the ones that are now MLB because their TV deals fell through. But there's no way to share the Dodgers TV market. Like there is, but like that's their money. They own that network.
They own the network, but they don't own their opponent.
Well, right.
And the opponent could say, we're happy to play the baseball game, but you can't televise it then because we haven't given you permission to do so.
Imagine if that happens.
Yeah. If I'm the Pirates and I come out and play the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium, Dodgers are going to make all the money off the telecast. Why don't the Pirates get a piece of that? I'd demand half, you know?
Yeah. It's like a gate fee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. Did the MLBPA forget how negotiations work? I think so. At this point, for sure. Certainly looks like it. It's just, yeah, crazy. As fans, we just want better baseball, or I guess right now we'd be happy with baseball at all next year. And yeah, John, we're with you, right? Just make it competitive across the board. We would be in for such an incredible MLB season. Like, imagine what September looks like with everybody having like a superstar, or just like, I mean, there's going to be teams that rise to the top. We always see that, right? Teams that find the loophole, teams that can actually construct a baseball team. But to go in and say the Dodgers have a 38% chance to win the World Series right now is insane.
Yeah.
38% chance is wild. But I don't know how it gets fixed. We'll see. But it's wild. What deal that's happened so far, Rob, do you think has the biggest impact for their team?
You were talking a little bit earlier about the Phillies. And what is going, you said impact. You didn't say positive impact. The Phillies are now going to put Bryce Harper back in the outfield, where he hasn't played for quite a while now. They're going to put Arise at second base, Stott at third base, and Bohm at first base. As if that can just happen tomorrow and everything will be okay. They seem to not care about the defensive issues that might bring into play. I don't remember Stott ever playing any third base. That would be kind of new to him.
Yeah, I think he's been over there a little bit. He does have the highest fielding percentage for any second baseman in MLB history right now. So I think defensively he'd be fine over there. But it's still like you're learning on the fly.
Right.
So
Bohm is okay at first base. He's played a lot there, but Harper, one of the reasons they moved him into the infield was he kept getting hurt as an outfielder, slamming into walls and taking routes that were not probably the best routes to a baseball. They didn't go so far as to say he was a bad outfielder, but they felt that they needed to protect him by putting him at first base. Let's see.
It was because of his when he had the elbow issue. That's why they put him in there, and just hasn't been going back. But
so in terms of impact, I think that the impact of that will be big and negative for them. I think you'll find that was not a good move on their part.
Yeah. Apparently, there are reports out there that Reed Detmers of the Angels is also going to the Cubs. I haven't seen anything official from Olney, Heyman, or Jeff Passan yet, but yeah, so never mind. That's not happening.
I'm looking right now at MLBTradeRumors.com to see. They've been pretty good about posting any of the latest stuff that's going on. Right now, it's just a bunch of rumors.
Yeah. So he is going to be gone. Somebody will pay for him. I kind of want the Braves to get him. But we'll see. He will be most for sure.
Mhm.
But Joseph said Dombrowski's history in Detroit kind of shows that he doesn't care much about defense if he thinks it can result in more runs scored. And that's fair. I mean, Dombrowski's always kind of been that GM. I mean, even when he was in Boston, it was just like, bring them in. If they can hit, I don't care if they can't. Like, I'll just put them out there with no glove on. As long as they
Right,
can hit, bring them in.
right.
So I'm with you there. Um, I don't. Has Dombrowski been a good fit for the Phillies? Do you think?
Well, he brings in big names. Um, there's some aspects of the game he doesn't seem to care about as much, and that kind of bites them from time to time. Um, for the longest time, he seemed to avoid paying big money for the closer, but now he's got Duran, and that works out really well. But
Yeah.
the experiments before that were pretty awful. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I just
Pretty bad.
Jordan Romano was the closer at the beginning of last year, if anybody remembers that, and that
Yeah.
was horrific. But
Mm-hmm.
I just saw a stat about him that I didn't realize. He leads two teams in saves this year.
Hmm.
He's the Angels save leader and the Rockies save leader. I don't know if that's ever happened in baseball history.
I didn't even know that he went to the Rockies. So let's just put it that way.
He is currently their closer.
Wow. Because the Rockies did have Senzatella was closing games for them. So
Right, right,
Angels must have DFA'd him and Rockies picked him up. That must have been it.
correct. Yeah, yeah.
Dang. Yeah, has a closer ever led their team in 2 seasons? Hmm.
Yes. If any of fans know of a guy that played on two or more teams in a season and led those teams in saves,
Let's see.
that might be a brand new trivia question.
Yeah, right. So closers who led their team in saves. This is weird to put in the search bar for 2 teams in the same year. Let's see what AI spits out at me. So it says Jordan Romano, and yeah, there's no record for a pitcher leading saves for 2 different teams in the same year before Romano's case. So he is the first one.
hmm And we're not talking about a lot of saves. I think it's like 5 or 6. You know,
Well, yeah. When your team only has 10 wins total between the two
exactly.
of them, there's not a lot of saves to be had. Jeff
Okay,
Shaw did it.
yeah.
Jeff Shaw in 1998 did it. Well, I mean
What
that's why we trust Google
Ivan was
AI.
that Cleveland and Montreal?
It might have
Trying
been.
to
Let's
remember.
look. I'm bringing up his baseball reference right now. Uh, in '98, it looks like it was Cincinnati and the Dodgers.
Oh,
So Cleveland and Montreal, you're close. He was ended Cleveland in '92, then into Montreal in '93, and
Ivan's got
then
the numbers.
okay, yeah, he's
40,
insane.
48 saves. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, 23 for the Reds, 25 for the Dodgers, and that led the team crazy.
All right. We
Wow.
just ruined that trivia question for your next show. Sorry.
Yep, love it. Yeah, Ivan, just send that to me in my messenger because I'll lose it here in the comments for sure. Ivan's incredible. Ivan sends me trivia stuff all the time in our messenger, man. It is wild. It's starting to become Ivan's trivia page. It's absolutely incredible. So
Okay.
absolutely love it.
Scott
But
thinks maybe Bob Wickman did it. That would be, I think, Cleveland and Milwaukee.
let's look. Bob Wickman, man, love that name. That's right. Let's see. It would be, yeah, 2000. He had 16 saves with Milwaukee and then 14 in Cleveland. So maybe,
hmm
but
Hey, Nick, I need to jump off. My refrigerator repairman is here.
yeah, my HVAC guy should be coming anyways. But I will be back on at some point. You're welcome back on if you would like. But
I'll catch you a little bit later.
all
Thanks.
right, sounds good. We'll see you, everyone. So yeah, pretty awesome that he was able to jump on. Yeah, Rob and his crew Really funny guys, absolutely incredible. Um, Highlights from Low Life. So you'll see him sometimes in the comments here with us, and he has a lot of great takes on what we're talking about as well. So pretty cool to hear from him, and hopefully we'll see him on later. So um, pretty awesome stuff from Rob. Um, but yeah, so we're still kind of waiting. We have a little bit of a lull here. Toronto Blue Jays are acquiring utility man Josh Smith from the Texas Rangers. So that's reported by Jeff Passan. So Blue Jays just kind of maybe restocking for next year. So not much. Braves have checked in on Jacob deGrom. Rangers are listening on everyone. Unknown what the chances are. Still waiting for Adley to officially drop. That might be later tonight after physicals clear, would be my guess. But the latest news coming in, Josh Smith from the Rangers to the Blue Jays, and the Braves are checking in on Jacob deGrom. So Harrison and I mentioned that a little bit last night. I don't know if deGrom's a great fit for the Braves. I mean, if you have a guy that is already injury prone, don't send him to Atlanta. Please don't. He will automatically get hurt. So don't send him to Atlanta. But Atlanta's so hard up for pitching. Jacob deGrom would fit there. I mean, it's another arm, a great arm, and it would help. It would help the Braves tremendously. You could always just pray that he doesn't get hurt there. But so those are the newest kind of things to come in from reliable sources, I would say. So yeah, I'm like I said, I'm sticking with Passan, Buster Olney, and John Heyman a little bit. Like I said, I don't necessarily go with what he says. I usually kind of wait for Passan as my legal guy, but um, we'll see. But Braves checking in on DeGrom, I think smart. I think they got to get pitching somehow, and that would be a substantial upgrade to what they have. So we will see what happens. But all right, what else? Any other trades, fellas and ladies out there that have happened so far that kind of make, we'll say, the best impact on their team? Is there anybody out there that has moved that you guys like? Just doing some on-air editing here. So Josh Smith goes to the Blue Jays. Anything else out there that you guys are like, that makes that team better? And the Reed Detmers one would be insane if the Cubs could get them. That definitely makes them a legit playoff contender. If not a playoff front runner that could possibly handle the Dodgers. You add those arms there, you get Gossman and you get Reed Detmers. I'm looking at the Cubs a lot differently. I don't think that's necessarily gonna happen, but we will see what goes on. So, all right. At this point, I'm going to take about a 15 to 20-minute break. I will be back on. You guys have been incredible so far. Ed, I'm with you. Kevin Gossman to the Cubs has been awesome. It's been great. I think that's a great move to them, and the Cubs aren't done. But I will be back shortly. You guys hang on. I'm going to leave the stream running. I will be back in 15 to 20 minutes, hopefully. All right. We'll see you. All right, fellas. Thanks for staying with me. Um, Goodness gracious. Um, so yeah, we are fixed for now. Looks like we're gonna need a whole new HVAC system. Pretty freaking awesome. Anyways, all right, yeah. So stuff has happened since I stepped away. Robbie Ray to the Padres, unbelievable. Trading within the division. Chris Bubich also to the Dodgers. Like, why? I don't understand why they need more pitching. I just this one is a weird one to me. Um, I don't understand it. Um, and Robbie Ray to the Padres. I mean, like, sure, but why? Why? I don't understand that one. That's a weird one to me. Um, I got nothing. Liam Hicks from from the Marlins to the Rays too. Um, Yeah, I mean, another good move by the Rays. I think that's a sleeper move. I like that. But is Robbie Ray's going to the Padres? Then it wouldn't make sense for them to trade Mason Miller. Yeah, Mason Miller's not coming off the block, or he is coming off the block. He's not getting traded for sure. But yeah, Chris Bubich to the the Dodgers. I just the Dodgers keep getting richer. I just Goodness gracious. Yeah, Padres still have a shot and needed a starter. They got it. Robbie Ray. Um, Again, Braves miss out on another arm. Goodness gracious. I don't know if you need pitching, you got to give it up, right? That's the thing. I don't understand that one. Um, if you're the Braves, you are so desperate for pitching, you almost have to overpay at this point. Um, I just don't get the Dodgers here. I mean, unless they know something about Snell and Glass now that we don't, and they need more arms, or just starters in the bullpen to help in your postseason run. I mean, that GM knows what he's doing, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there and where Bubich is used. But Dodgers get another one. Sorry, I am sweating. It's so hot outside. But yeah. All right. So that's the big news since I've been out. Those three big trades. Insane, man. What do you guys feel about the Padres? I mean, does Robbie Ray help that? I'm not sure. Yeah, they think it's a bullpen move for the Dodgers. It 1,000% is like Bubich. That is for sure a bullpen move for the Dodgers. Nothing more than that. Yeah, absolutely. Robbie Ray and the Padres. What are we thinking there? Does that help them? Do we believe in the Padres? I'm not sure if I am a believer in the San Diego Padres. I haven't been a believer since they lost that series to the Dodgers, being up, a game. They were up 2-1 in that division series. Padres haven't been able to recover from that. They got cocky. Dodgers came back, punched them in the mouth, win the series, and the Dodgers have been on a roll since, thanks to the Padres. So, I don't know. I'm not a believer in the Padres. I'm not a believer in their leadership, the way they play. I think they bank on Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis too much. I love some of their pieces. I love Jackson Merrill, but other than that, like, I don't think Jake Cronenworth is exactly shaped up to the player you expected him to be. He's nice, but I don't think he's quite the player that you expected. So, um, yeah, it's wild. I Still nothing on the Adley trade officially. Still waiting on that. Um, Hopefully that doesn't fall through. So we will see. Um, Nick threw a couple of hats in the freezer. Yeah, no joke, Scott, man. I am sweating. It is literally about 96, 97 degrees outside. And I was just outside with the repair guy. Our HVAC unit's like 20 years old. And I'm sweating for sure. But I'll be good. I'll recover. Yeah, I don't think the Padres could do anything to excite me about their postseason chances. I'm with you. Nothing excites me about that team anymore. I'm with you, Scott, 100%. Do you know who's going for Adley? I did see a report on there. Again, I don't really want to report it because I'm only getting my stuff from three guys. But I think Arias has got to be one of them, which some people might hate. I think the Red Sox are believing in Andrew Monasterio at short. He has been an extra base hitting machine for them lately. His defense is shaky at times, to put it nicely. But I think it was Arias and some other prospects there. I just hope it wasn't the pitching one. So we will see. See if I can find it here. Let's see. Yeah, Twitter is just, it's hard to see what's real and what's not here. But can't find it at the moment, but I'm waiting for that news to drop, and I'm sure if the Red Sox accept it. So that's what it seems like we're waiting for, is it's going back to the Red Sox to say yes or no, pull the trigger on the deal. So we're still kind of waiting for the official news on Adley. We will see what happens here. Yeah, it says not done, but it's a good chance. They're serious about it, but haven't seen the prospects back for it. So yeah, I like Hicks going to Tampa Bay. Yeah, absolutely. That's great for them. It gives them a little bit of youth. Liam Hicks has had a good season. It's a good backstop there. Young, comes with control, I believe. So that's really good for the Rays. I like that. Guy stays in Florida, doesn't have to move. He's got 14 homers, 282 average, 2.5 WAR. Yeah, and comes with a ton of control. He came up last year. I mean, yeah, and I saw the prospect hall for him. Jacob Kisting, Adrian Santana, and Braden Taylor. So again, good move for the Marlins, because I think it works for both sides here. I think this is a great deal because Marlins get 3 more prospects, which they are really good at, building that farm up. So, no, doesn't work. Sorry. But yeah, they're really good at building the farm. And I think they're setting themselves up for the future here. So I like that. I mean, maybe tough to see a young catcher like that go, but good for the Tampa Bay Rays and what they're competing for in the American League. Ivan said, looks as though the Padres are going to go for it. They're competing with Arizona, Miami, and Philly in the wild card race and are only a game out. Robbie Ray could help them. I'm not betting on them, but their front office clearly is. And this is the only way the Padres can really do anything. I mean, financially, they've been strapped for a while. These contracts have handcuffed them. So trade is really the only places that you can add pieces to make them a contender. I just don't believe in the makeup of that team. That's where I'm at with them. Just don't believe in it. So we will see what happens. But if you are the front office, you got to do something to try to stay in it. Being only a game out definitely helps. But Arizona, I think, is going to stand pat. I don't see them being busy. I don't think they have young guys to ship out if they wanted to. But they don't need to. They're 59 and 53. They're in the wild card hunt right now. Padres and Marlins are on their heels, like Ivan said. I think they're the team that could possibly fall out of that, which I hate. I love the Diamondbacks, but if one of those three, the Cubs, Diamondbacks, Phillies, I think they're the ones that could fall out and be leapfrogged by somebody. leapfrogged, either way, whatever, leapt in the standings. I hope not, but Diamondbacks pitching is hanging on by a thread, and I don't think any of those guys are coming back anytime soon. But we will see. So yeah, 3 big trades there. I mean, I hate to keep bringing the Dodgers up, I really do, but what are your feelings about another piece going to the Dodgers? I mean, Chris Bubic, let's see. What does his year look like? I know the Royals in general are just not having a great go at it. Bubic this year is 3-2, 4.11 ERA, only 9 games, 51 strikeouts and 50 innings pitched. Has he been hurt? He might have been hurt. Did they just... he's currently on the 60-day injured list with recurring left shoulder soreness, following rehab from his elbow and rotator cuff injuries. So he required the rehab assignment 2026. He's had the Tommy John surgery in 23. So maybe they're betting on his upside. That's the only way that this deal makes sense. So yeah, ho hum. That's fair. Yeah, he's due back in late August. So we will see what happens if Bubic comes back and adds any value to that Dodgers team, which they don't need, but he most likely will because, well, it's the Dodgers. They have to dangle Tatis in the offseason. Sad, but they can dump a bad contract with him. It would be worth it. Yeah. Yeah, Bubic is an insurance policy for their bullpen, 1,000%. So crazy there. But yeah, 3 decent trades there. Kind of waiting still for the Adley deal. That might be just the big splash for the Red Sox. I mean, we still got 3.5 hours left to see if they pull the trigger on anything else. Is there anybody else out there that your team needs that you would like that is tradable, right? That you can get, that you feel like you can get? Anybody that you want for your team that you can get? I mean, still some nice pieces out there. There are some guys we didn't really talk about that moves. But it is I'm going to say it is a lot more shuffling than I was expecting. I really wasn't expecting. I mean, most of these are guys we knew were going to get moved. The Skubal, Peralta, Naylor was kind of a surprise. Thomas and Falter don't really move the needle. Gossman we knew was moving. Soriano, a little bit of a surprise, but not really because we knew the Angels were in sell mode. Again, another Mets piece. We all knew the Mets were selling, so those pieces don't shock me. Luis Arraez we knew was getting moved. Again, another Angels piece in Suter. And then Robbie Ray getting off that Giants team for sure. So good for Robbie Ray escaping the Bay because that is a mess over there. But yeah, and then the Orioles kind of selling. We'll see if any other pieces come out of there. It seems like Jackson Holiday is on the block. I guess Pete Alonso too. I don't know if anybody takes that contract at the deadline. But we will see. And like I said, my Red Sox, if the Adley deal goes through, that fixes their catching position, which they need to fix desperately. That catching position is not good. They're not getting any offensive production out of them. Yeah, for the Rangers supposedly being sellers, they are not doing much. The Rangers are a weird one to me. I think they still feel like they're in it, maybe? Question mark. I know the Astros have kind of almost taken that division over. Rangers are 2.5 back there. And the wild card, they're 1.5 back. So I don't know if they're necessarily selling. It is weird that they are looking at moving DeGrom. You're moving your pitching and you're making guys available. I think they're just kind of listening. Maybe they don't feel like they can compete. I don't know. The Rangers are interesting for sure. I don't know which way they're going. See people saying, based on rumor of the Yankees offered for Rushman, there's almost no way Arias is in the trade. That would be nice if Arias was not in that trade. Um, I really hope not. I hope the Red Sox can hang on to him unless you are trading for a bona fide shortstop. If you're trading for a bona fide shortstop, then I think you do it. But if you are not trading for a shortstop directly, I think he's got to stay out of the package. So I'm with you. See people saying Roman Anthony, Marcelo Mayer for Bogarts, Tatis, $10 million a year for the next 6. No, thank you. I loved Bogey when he was in Boston. Don't get me wrong. Loved X. We started to see the decline a little bit his last year in Boston. We said at the deadline, listen, if he's not coming back to the Red Sox, we have to get something for him. We have to get something for Bogarts if he's not going to re-sign in Boston. Have to. He goes and signs that ridiculous contract in San Diego. And I don't know if I want him back in Boston. Tatis would be nice, but where do you put Tatis? You got Duran, Rafaela, and Abreu in the outfield. I don't know if there's necessarily a spot for Tatis. And do you play Bogarts at short? I'm not sure if he is a shortstop for the future. And you have him for a while. So I don't know if the Red Sox would want to stop that up. Now, Roman Anthony, yes, right, a bust. I could see him going in a deal, possibly. Red Sox might be okay moving on from him. I don't know. The rumblings on him are not good. He came up with a lot of fanfare, and rightfully so. He's a good hitter, destroyed the minor leagues, and then got up here and can't stay on the field. Marcelo Meyer, kind of another guy that hasn't really worked out. They were naming him, Meyer, and Tolle as like the big 3 there. Or no, sorry, Christian Campbell as the big 3. I think a little prematurely. They extended Campbell. Guys hitting like a $140 in AAA. Kind of a bust there. Roman Anthony can't stay on the field, and Meyer has not yet adjusted to big league pitching, and he's been hurt too. So I don't know if the Red Sox kind of move on from them, if they give them another chance. I don't know what their feelings are on those 3. Bogarts at second, Tatis at short. I mean, maybe you bring Tatis back into the infield, but he's a platinum glove outfielder at this point. I don't know if you transition him back to shortstop at this point. He's not Mookie Betts, right? He's not a guy that I think could translate back to shortstop quickly. Listen, phenomenal athlete. He probably could, but I'm not really sure. John Heyman's reporting the Astros are in on Trevor Larnach, just like John Carter said earlier. All right, so the Adley Rutschman deal is done. The Boston Red Sox are acquiring 3-time All-Star catcher Adley Rutschman in a trade with the Baltimore Orioles. We do not know the return yet, but it is a done deal. So hold on just a second, guys. All right. Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, Yeah, I just don't know if I want Tatis and Bogarts in Boston. I don't know. Yeah, Passenger said the deal for Adley's finalized. I just saw that. I don't have the specs on it. I don't know what we gave up. That will probably be released here shortly, but we'll see. Uh, Ivan says, if I'm Brian Cashman, I'm making a push for DeGrom. Adding him gives New York a rotation that can win the AL pennant and go toe to toe with LA. It's a ton of money, but if there's a work stoppage next year, who cares? Go for it now. Fair. I'm with you. Let's see if the score says it. I don't. Doesn't say. It just says more to come on the story for who was given up for Rushman, but that is a done deal. So good for the Sox getting their catcher. That's what they needed. Love that. So we can add him to the trade list here. And good for the Red Sox. I hope he fits into the culture too. And I think he does. And can help this team get over the hump. So love that move for the Sox. And they'll get some production out of that catching. And he can handle a pitching staff. So that's what I'm looking forward to as well. So, yep, the Rushman deal is officially done. All right. So, yeah, other reports are out there that Jacob deGrom flexed his no trade clause. So it looked like there was a trade in place possibly. And he blocked it. So I don't know the details on that. That also could also just be a rumor. But I don't know. Yeah, shocked I can't hear the screams of Baltimore residents from here. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the face of that franchise right now, right? But we kind of saw the writing on the wall here. We kind of thought he was going to go over to the Phillies, just because of Real Muto kind of aging out and the extension to Basayo. So interesting that the kind of the face of the franchise, and that's what we talked about last night when Harrison brought that question up. Like, when is it a good time to trade the face of your franchise? And right now for the Orioles, it's now. So a sell. So good for the Red Sox getting their guy. I don't know the contract status on Rushman. Let me check here. We have got, let's see, contract details. He is, let's see, arbitration avoided. So he becomes an unrestricted free agent in 2028. So he come with 2 years of control. So the rest of this year in 2027 and 28. So like 2.5 years. I kind of like that. That's good. It solidifies the plate for a little bit. So I love that for the Sox. So wait, so 2027, he's a free agent in 2028. So after the 2027 year and a half. But either way, maybe some extension talks get done. Don't really know. We will see what happens there. I think that depends on performance from him. But good move for the Sox there to address a position of need. So love that. Robbie Ray went cheap, and the team is splitting the remaining money. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I knew he was going to go cheap anyways. The Padres don't have anything to spend, so it kind of makes sense. And the Giants are just trying to get guys out of there. So seems to happen when a new owner / management comes in. They like to dump big names. Do understand it, but it happens. Yeah. Now everyone is calling Texas about Gore and DeGrom. Yeah, those guys could get moved. I could see those guys get moved for sure. Reds are likely to hold on to Brady Singer. I know he's a name that's come up. Let's see. Let's kind of refresh everything here. Yep, still in there. Yeah, so nothing new as of now. Adley Rushman is the big deal for. Damn, I missed the Adley reaction live. I like it. You know, I like the move. We have got nothing out of that catching position offensively. Rushman is a significant upgrade there for the Red Sox in a position that they needed. I hope he can kind of return to form. I mean, we saw his first 2 years; he was really freaking good. 2023, 163 hits, 20 homers. Hit 277. The last couple years, he has been declining. 250, 220. He's sitting at 251 right now. 8 homers, 62 hits, but a switch hitting catcher. So that pretty much puts him in the lineup every day, and could always DH him if you need to. The other thing with the Red Sox is Masataka Yoshida. Every time he's in the game, man, he gets hits, but there's just nowhere to play him. Nowhere. He can't play defensively anywhere. He has to DH. You're not going to play him defensively over Duran, Rafaela, or Abreu. There's no way you can, in good faith, put Yoshida out in the outfield over those three, even though he's hitting, right? The wild card to me is Jarren Duran. Now, he went deep against the Dodgers last night. He runs into one every once in a while. The dude's fast when he puts the ball in play, but his strikeouts are crazy insane. So I don't know what the Red Sox do there, but yeah, holy crap, we got a catcher. Yeah, I love it. Best guy probably since Veritek. I think somebody said it back here. I love that. I love that comparison. I love what he could bring to the clubhouse too. I think he's a fantastic fit in Boston, and I can't wait to tune in for that. So DeGrom has invoked his no trade clause, so he's definitely staying in Texas. Nathan Eovaldi also has a full no trade, so it doesn't look as though Texas will be able to move them. Well, they still can move them, right? They just have to approve where they're going. So they might have a list of 2 or 3 teams where they say, "Yeah, I'll go back there, or I'll go there." Otherwise than that, they're going to block it. So it sounded to me like the Braves were all in on DeGrom. Maybe that was the trade that was blocked. I don't know, but we'll see. Teams will still call and see if they are the team that he'll go to, but we will see. But something is said that, possibly that, I don't know where I was going with that thought. Completely escaped my mind. Yeah, I mean, you don't know what he's going to say yes to or not, right? A lot of these, a no trade clause doesn't, just because it's a full no trade clause, doesn't mean they can't get traded. It's not an automatic can't trade me. They just need player approval. That's all the no trade clause does. But yes, DeGrom blocked the Braves trade. Something is to be said. This is what I was going to say, that if you're comfortable in a spot for a season, you don't want to uproot the family. Be like, hey, we're going to Atlanta for 2 months. Like, pack it up. Let's go. Maybe they don't want to do that, right? Maybe they're fine finishing up the season in Texas and going somewhere else. And Eovaldi blocked it too. Same place, Silix, the Braves. So yeah, maybe they were waiting for that Dodgers call. Maybe that's what they were waiting for, and they just never got it. But yeah, crazy. I don't know. I maybe DeGrom knew he was going to get hurt if he went over to Atlanta. That just seems to be the thing to do over there. So it sucks. But yeah, so Eovaldi and DeGrom both blocked the Braves trade. Crazy. Maybe they just love it there. Maybe that's it. So I don't know. We will see. Yep. So good for the Red Sox getting their guy, at least one of their guys. I don't think the Sox are done. I think the shortstop position is also a great need for them right now. Although, like I said earlier, they love Monasterio there. The dude has hit himself into the starting lineup every single day. They love it. They love him, and he's playing well. So yeah, damn, kick the Braves while they're down, with DeGrom knowing he would get hurt if he went to the Braves. Yeah, sorry, Brandon. I know. It's just I've said it for the last few years with them, ever since they won the World Series in 2021. I love the Braves. I grew up watching them, but it is hard to they can't even get guys on the field, and it's like fluky stuff. It's arm injuries, it's backs, it's broken fingers. It's everything with the Braves. And it's tough, and I hate it for Braves and the Braves fans, but it sucks. Those were two arms that would definitely could have significantly helped the Braves from where they are right now. Mariners told Braves that Kirby Miller and Hancock are not available. Wow. So Braves are running out of suitors real fast. What did they do? Where did they go? Is there anybody else out there? Hey, goodness gracious. I don't even know who else is left out there for the Braves to get that would significantly help them. That's tough. Oh, I hate that. Is there anybody else on the Angels you can kind of take away from them? Anybody from the Orioles? Yeah, Casey Mize maybe, but now it's sounding like Detroit might hang on to him. I don't know, man. I don't know where the Braves go. Casey Mize might be your best bet, and you're gonna have to overpay for him now with all these pitchers gone or blocking trades. I don't know. Yeah, looks like Reed Detmers to the Cubs is gonna happen. They're probably just ironing out deals. Huge pickups at the deadline. Detmers and Gossman, if that happens. We knew the Cubs significantly needed pitching. They go out and get it. Foster Griffin is a name that's been floated out there. That's not a bad one, Scott. Yeah, and I can't believe the Yankees didn't outbid us for Adley. They arguably needed a catcher worse than we did, and fair. Braves really wanted Mize, but they're asking a hell of a lot, and that's what's gonna happen, right? They're seeing all these pitchers come off the board. The price is just gonna keep going up. That sucks, man. I hate that for you guys. I really do. The Braves need it badly. Maybe you try to swoop into the Angels right now and try to pull Detmers out of away from the Cubs before it officially happens. I don't know. That would be crazy. Yeah, they wanted to make a deal for Abrams and Griffin, but couldn't come to terms. That would be a high asking price as well. That's a tough one. Yeah. Let's see here. Nothing else yet. Still waiting. They're letting the Adley news kind of settle here. But seeing Narvaez as part of the Adley deal, it kind of makes sense, right? You don't want to hang on to those three. It makes sense. And he comes with a lot of control. So, yeah, Adley basically a rental with a work stoppage next year. Possibly. Unless he comes in here and they absolutely love him and they extend him and he becomes kind of like that stabilizing force like Veritek was for us for so long. I love the dude. He's my favorite player of all time. Rushman could be that type of player for this Red Sox team. I think he fits into the culture and can provide a lot of stability. Maybe there's an extension talk because I don't know how much he would demand on the free agent market. His stats are good-ish, I think. But I don't think he would get top dollar on the free agent market. We saw the catching market last year for Realmuto was non-existent. And he settled for, 3 years in Philly. So possibly he extends. I can only hope. Is Cavalli available? Kate Cavalli? I mean, maybe. Um, um, maybe. I mean, maybe the Nationals, but they're so hard up for pitching that I think they hang on to him. Now, Foster Griffin's a 31-year-old rookie that I think is also a free agent, which is weird. But I think they hold on to Kate Cavalli. We'll see. So Greg is saying Anthony Ianson, Andy Azakar, Kyson Witherspoon, Harold Rivas, and Carlos Narvaez is the package, is the return. Fine. I like it. It is what it is. We desperately needed catching, and we got it. So, sorry, just kind of keeping Harrison in the loop right here. And you didn't give up. You didn't give up your shortstop, so that's a big one. You kept Arias. So love it. Witherspoon. But I mean, 5 prospects for Adley. That's crazy. But well, 4 and a major league talent. So nuts. Yeah, Silix, as I say, make JR and AJ number 4 and 5, the rotation permanently. Go forward with Sale, Elder, and Maley. You got Holmes, Perez as spot starters, and look for another bat since we can't get. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Cavalli's improving every season. I agree. Maybe he is tradable. Maybe a team can go in and pry him away from the Nationals. I don't think they're. I don't know. They seem to be standing pat too right now. They haven't been very active. Where are they? They're 4.5 games back of the wild card. And in the NL East, we got. I mean, they're way back in the NL East, so their only chance is to get a wild card spot, and they're 4.5 games back. If anything, I am trading pieces for pitching, and that might help the Nationals sneak into a wild card spot here. I just they need pitching so desperately. That's why they traded out Curtis Mead for Connolly early. They feel like he could be in that staff. You got to keep Cavalli. He's the only pitcher other than Foster Griffin you have. Foster Griffin's contract is weird. Like he's a 31-year-old rookie, right? He's having a career year, made the All-Star team, but with him being in the minors for so long and coming up, I don't know exactly how that contract translates over to the MLB. So he's an unrestricted free agent after the 2026 season. So his service time in the minor leagues does roll over into the MLBs because of his age. So he is a free agent at the end of this year. He is a movable piece. Somebody will definitely, I think, try to get him. Reports are Padres and Cubs trying to get a deal done for Devers and or Ramos. Yikes, man. If the Giants can get out from underneath that Devers contract, that would be insane. That sounds like the most Padres thing ever. Send Devers to San Diego, please. Ramos to the Cubs, sure. Yeah, if the Nationals are truly chasing the playoffs this season, they can't trade Griffin. I agree with you, Scott. I don't know if they truly feel like they're chasing the playoffs, but I also don't think it's a good look for your team and your fan base if you are semi-close. I mean, we've seen crazy things happen down the stretch lately. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think the Nationals can do that. I'm kind of with you. Yeah, if it's all about how much money San Francisco will eat, they have to eat the entire thing. I mean, almost the entire thing on Devers. That contract is insanity. If that actually gets done, it will be, uh, man. Yeah, if the Padres get Devers, they are just trying to collect horrific contracts at this point. Agree. I That's the team that would do it. And Devers is a perfect fit in San Diego. Agree, Scott. Ed's with you. Devers would love San Diego. He and Bogey are buddies. Yeah, I mean, they go back to the Red Sox days, of course. But God dang, man, what are the Padres thinking? Another albatross contract on top of everything you've already seen. I just, for me, that is silly. That is silly. Yeah. So Ian Sin was the big prospect in that Adley Rushman deal, who's the centerpiece of that for the Orioles. So the Red Sox had to get him up, but they keep Franklin Arias, which Harrison and I have talked about this with you guys for the last few shows, that these arms are now starting to become a dime a dozen. Like, how many starts are you actually going to get out of these guys? We don't know, right? Before their arm explodes and they're done for 2 years, you don't know how many starts you're going to get, and you'll just go get another guy that throws stinky cheese, right? You'll go get another guy that throws 100. So maybe that's how the Red Sox were eyeing it, but yeah, just changed the team name from Padres to Albatrosses. Yeah, if this gets done, man, it's crazy. But San Francisco has to eat almost every single cent of that in order for that deal to get done, or Chicago, if that's the rumors. I don't know if I do it. That's wildly insane. Looks like Luke Weaver is going to the Pirates. I don't know who's reporting that. That's kind of another piece that we kind of figured would move from the Mets. It's a good bullpen piece. What are you guys' views on the Pirates? Do they have a legit shot? Their offense is finally hitting, and their pitching has taken a step back. They're 3.5 out of the wild card. They're 14 out of the division. Their only hope is to get into a wild card spot. At 3.5 back, they would have to leapfrog the Marlins, the Padres, and one of the top 3 to get in. Do the Padres do it? I mean, do the Pirates do it? Sorry. I'm not sure. I don't think the Pirates can quite get there. Unfortunate. You'd have to have some pretty bigger. Yeah, it's not done. It's in the works. Yeah. Pittsburgh isn't going to make the playoffs, but they might as well try. I'm with you. I mean, you might as well. You've been more competitive, this year than you have been in recent years. It's worth a shot. Pirates could use an arm. Yep. They could use another bat, maybe. Marcelo Zuna needs to go away, retire. I know Pirates fans are tired of him. An outfield piece there would be nice, or a DH. Because Marcelo Zuna, I do not think has had a good year. And I think the dude's hips are still shot. So, Marcell Ozuna, the 203, 8 homers, 51 hits. So ESPN is reporting that Luke Weaver is with the Pirates. So, insane. All right. Well then, is Zuna getting at bats? I mean, he's got 251 at bats in there. His last 5 games, Yeah, he's been in there. 724, 3 at bats, 3-4, 3-4. Yeah, so he's playing every day. Pretty much. So he's got 251 at bats on the season. 29 RBIs. His slugging is 327. That's not what you're looking out for him. So it not good. So apparently also got some pitcher named Jake Rogers and cash considerations in the Adley trade. So okay. I mean, we'll see. I like it. So I can't believe the Dodgers got Bubich as well with Scooble. Teams need to just not answer the Dodgers calls. Yeah, Bubich comes with injury, but they're hoping he comes back and helps them. So we'll see. Sounds like the Ellie contract extension is going to happen, so he could end up being a late big name move. Imagine that. Oh, isn't going to happen. So it could end up being a big name move. Goodness gracious. If Ellie De La Cruz somehow ended up somewhere else, that would be wild. So Reds, just don't pick up the Dodgers phone, please. That would be lovely. Please don't do that. Because Ellie's contract is he a free agent at the end of this year too? No, he's got arbitrate. He comes with a ton of control. He's not a free agent until 2030. Ellie comes with a ton of control. I don't think the Reds move on from him yet. His price could still go up. I think Ellie stays. I don't think Ellie gets moved. We will see. The Cubs are acquiring left-hander Braxton Garrett from the Miami Marlins. So Cubs get another pitcher. Good for them. Braxton Garrett from the Marlins. So Marlins are in full sell. Good for them. And another arm for the Cubbies. Cubs stocking up that rotation. I love that. It's good for the Cubs. They needed it. It makes them a serious contender. I love that. And if they can pull in Reed Detmers, man, that is their rotation. That's going to be good with 3 lefties in that rotation too. Whew. Be pretty dang good. So we will see. Let's see. So in return for the first of 4 years of tanking, the Orioles get 0 playoff wins, and the prospects from the Red Sox make it make sense. While the ownership at that time made a lot of money. Buster Only reported, just tweeted. Oh man, that's crazy. Orioles, I just tough about them. Yeah, Red Sox called about Ellie the other day. They wanted Campbell, Tolley, Early, and another prospect I can't remember. Probably Arias. I mean, let's be honest. To fill that shortstop hole, that is a massive asking price. There's no way. Red Sox hang up the phone in mid-conversation there. Yeah, there's no way that's happening. Early in the season, I saw some mentalists predict Ellie would end up a Red Sox this season. I just... I don't see it. If you're the Reds, why? I get you're kind of selling, but that's a massive ask. I mean, Early's not there anymore, obviously, so you got to go. And their big pitching prospect is now gone in that Orioles trade. So who do you have left to offer? I don't know. It would have to be Arias. Arias would have to go in that deal, especially with the control that Ellie has. It wouldn't be anything less than a massive blockbuster deal. It would have to be something like that. Not going to happen. We'll see. Mentalist, you should have said analyst. Yeah. Yep. So either way, whatever. Ellie wants a long-term deal like the teams are giving out before arbitration. The Reds agreed they'd work on one, and they have not and halted the talks. So Dustin May and Jojo Romero to the Brewers. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Brewers need a couple more arms up there. We had the Dustin May experiment in Boston last year. That was not good. Didn't really care for him. He had flashes where he was great, but I do not really care. I don't expect much out of Dustin May there, but yeah. So far, that's what we got. Just doing a little on-show editing for you folks. So we'll see who the next trade is here coming up. Things are really going to start moving now. Coming closer to the deadline. We are about 2.5 hours away. Yeah. Dustin May, he better be better in Milwaukee than he was in Boston. Yeah, with you, Steve, 1,000%. It was awful here. It was real bad. Had a couple good starts, but that was it. That was it. So we will see. I have not seen the reports of May or Romero come through passing yet. Still waiting on that. ESPN's reporting it apparently, but I don't have ESPN up right now. Let's see if I can do that without really ruining the stream here. Neto isn't moving. Red Sox said Arias is off the board for any talks, and Brace said the same thing about Hartman. So Neto has zero interest unless they drop the price. Yeah, I'm with you. That will be a tough. That'll be a tough move. And I don't expect him to go. So let's see if I can. There's got to be trade deadline stuff on MLB TV, right? I would imagine. I got to be tracking it. So, yeah, so I got Twitter going. I got ESPN going. Let's see, just signing in here. For Dustin May to be better than he was in Boston, he would have to at least throw a strikeout. Yeah. Yeah, insane. I don't see anything live on MLB TV, which is crazy. Yeah, congrats on your World Series win against LA. I mean, I hope it was great. But it was a good series for the Red Sox. But the Dodgers are still it, man. So they're still the team. Watch MLB. Why can't I find it here on this webpage? MLB TV home. Sorry, just looking for the actual show here. Why can't I find that on MLB TV? I don't want the round table for the Hall of Fame. Well, I can't find it right now, so we will see what happens. But either way, still got Twitter going. Yeah, Dustin May to the Brewers, Braxton Garrett to the Cubs, Luke Weaver to the Pirates. So Red Sox sweeping LA feels like Captain America keeping one of the Infinity Stones away from Thanos for a whole 5 minutes. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, it's still the regular season, right? The Dodgers aren't going to show their cards, just kind of like that Greg Maddux story. I love that Greg Maddux story. Of him not showing Bagwell what he was going to throw him in the playoffs. Like that, if you haven't seen that clip, it's absolutely incredible. Loved it. Let's, yeah. Yep. So yeah, I don't know. We will see. I don't know if there's another shortstop out there for the Red Sox to get. I think with Neto kind of off the table now, I I think they're going to roll with Monasterio. I've heard rumors they want another arm. We'll see if that happens, but not sure at this moment. Let's see. We have got, you can have Javi Baez. No, thank you. I don't think anybody wants Javi Baez. I think we're all set with that. Yeah, I can't. Still looking here, searching through the Twitter sphere, if that's a word. So yeah, like the Cubs. Cubs are in. They're a sleeper pick here. Love it. I love that they're bolstering the rotation. Sounds like Reed Detmers is going to end up there too. Really, really love that. Pretty incredible for the Cubs to finally make some moves, address what is needed. So good for them. Yeah, this isn't how the trade deadline works, fellas. You can't just get rid of the guys you want unless you DFA them. Then you can. I mean, there's always that option. But I wish it did. In that case, there's a few that I would just, send out the back door. But that would be incredible. Let's see here. Yeah, I can't find it anywhere. It's not on ESPN directly, is it? Are they having a show? What do they got going right now? Yeah, NBA Today. Why are they playing NBA Today? ESPN sucks, man. I hate ESPN. It's the worst. But anyways, so how are we feeling so far? How have your teams done? If you could give your teams a grade so far, we got 2.5 hours left of the deadline. How have your teams done? Give it a letter grade. So last few trades, Dustin May, Jojo Romero to the Brewers from the Cardinals. So again, kind of selling off pieces there to maybe add or get some young kids up to see what they got. Braxton Garrett to the Cubs, and looks like Reed Detmers could be possibly in the works there. But right now, if you could give your team a letter grade for how they've done in the trade deadline so far, what are you giving your teams? Yeah, Nico says, glad the Mariners got a bat and Taylor Ward. They really needed their core guys to step up here down the stretch. Yeah, agree. The Mariners need to take a step forward. Taylor Ward helps a little bit. I still think they need more, man. I think the Mariners need to get more. Silic says, I feel horrible because everyone stole our guys we wanted and we still haven't filled out all the holes. D plus. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm with you. It's Maley's nice-ish, but with other guys kind of blocking their way there and going other places. It's kind of hard in Braves country right now for sure. John Temple says B- for the Mariners. Still haven't done anything stupid like trade Kirby or Hancock. Ivan's given Yankees so far B-. Garcia move was solid, but we need one more bullpen piece and a righty bat. Yeah. Joseph says my team unloaded a pile of crap that didn't want to be here anyway, and we got a few things for it. So we did great. It's odd that Topps had a Scooble card autographed in his LA uniform with the phrase "Go Blue" on it. It's pretty sus. When did that happen? I mean, we all knew it was coming back in the offseason, but Steve says Red Sox B-. Will be a D- if Rushman breaks his wrist in his first game like me did. Don't put that on us, Steve. That's brutal. But yeah, I'm with you so far. B-. We addressed that area of need for sure. Joseph is sending it to me now. That is crazy if that's a thing. Wow. Topps must have been like right outside the clubhouse with that. That's insane. That is wild. 1 of 1, already signed, ready to go. Crazy. Getting rid of Duvall was an addition by subtraction. He imploded in his first appearance in Pittsburgh. Yeah, he gave up the home run to Tyler Stevenson, which I'm surprised he hasn't been moved yet. That righty bat catcher that teams are looking for. Yeah, they're pre-sale cards that they were set for print as soon as the trade happened. Yeah, which I mean, I get, right? But it's still, that's crazy. That's absolutely insane. Wow. Crazy stuff. Makes you wonder a little bit, but I mean, it was no secret he was going to LA. Let's be honest there. Still seeing if I can find an ESPN thread here. Duvall implodes everywhere he goes. Yeah, he's not a good pitcher, man. He had that one good year in San Francisco, and that was that. I mean, lost the closer job almost immediately. Goes to the Yankees, does not do well there, and not looking like it's a good start for the Pirates. And it's crazy. Guy that throws 102 from that arm slot, you would think that someone could unlock him somewhere, and they just can't. Whether he won't change or they can't figure him out. The hitters have. That is for certain. Wild. Still waiting on more news here. It's probably going to fly. Mets still expected to deal Holmes, Robert Jr., and Tyrone Taylor here. So a couple other bats in there and an arm. We'll see what happens. Still plenty of time. Yeah, just doing some reading here. Yep. Dodgers only gave up one prospect, Carlos Duran, in the deal for Bubic, who's currently on the 60-day injured list. His focus of recovery with a potential to join the bullpen for a postseason run. So just like you guys said, and we talked about earlier. So pretty crazy. All right. What other moves out there do you guys want? What else do you guys need? I know Ivan said right-handed bat and a bullpen piece. There's some arms still out there. What are you guys seeking? Liam Hicks' first series will be in Colorado. Lucky him. Yeah. Start off on the right foot out there. It'd be nice for the Rays. I'm interested to see what the Rays do. Freddie Peralta, that's a good addition. I don't think it's a great addition. It's good. It's solid. It's another arm. It's another starter for the Rays who could be good for them. They have good coaching there. I think Peralta could be successful there. Getting Hicks behind the plate, another good young stick in that lineup, and gives the Rays a significant boost in their offense, which is what they needed. 14 homers, 282. You're sitting there with Caminero and Diaz kind of carrying the load. Hicks takes a lot of that pressure off. So, yeah. Iglesias is probably going to be a Dodger next year. Braves aren't re-signing, and LA wanted him last year, so you can add him to the LA after the lockout. Possibly. Since the Rockies are my local 9, I do hope they sell off a bunch of guys for prospects, but it's getting late in the day. Yeah. The big one is Hunter Goodman. The package is going to be incredibly big for him. I don't think anybody's going to pay it. Yankees could still sneak in and do that. But I don't see Goodman going. I don't think if you're the Rockies, you could do that in good faith. Joseph said, I would like to see somebody take Gleyber Torres and somebody overpay for Jansen and Mize. Jansen, though, do you think somebody would pay for Jansen? I don't know. Is he still considered? I don't want to say elite closer, but is he somebody that you could bank on in the postseason to close out games? Still, I know he's a Hall of Famer, probably, potentially, but can you bank on him in the postseason run? I'm not sure you can. Mize is the interesting one. I'm wondering if somebody gets late, panics, and they know that they need a starter and they overpay. I could see that one for sure. No, Detroit paid too much for Pooh. Yeah, well, there's that. Yeah, so just kind of waiting here, and we'll see. No one wants Kenley anymore. No one to give up long balls now. Yeah, and I'm with you. Detroit's kind of the perfect place for him right now. He's in a cavernous ballpark. But yeah, don't think the Rockies will move Goodman, but hopefully guys like Moniak, McCarthy, Zenzatella, Freeland, etc. And yeah, San Francisco said Webb's off the table. They've been saying that all year. They've been getting calls about him all year, and they're pretty much saying no, which I don't blame them. He's really the only guy that they got with any type of stability. So, as in, like, you know what you're getting out of him. So, yeah, Webb's not going to go anywhere. He's been off the table for a while. But we're still waiting. Now this is the hard part. Just sitting here waiting for the flurry to come in here in the last couple hours. Usually does happen. So Ramos told me. Funny. But yeah. All right. Let's see. Anything updated on ESPN here? Yep, just Luke Weaver. Yeah, crazy. So besides Skubal, right now, at this moment, what trade has the biggest impact on the team that they were traded to? Which player has the biggest trade impact at this time? Yeah, Joseph is a huge Tigers fan, so Ed, he can probably answer this question. Kind of wondering if they're getting sick of the brilliant AJ Hinch stuff. It's a good question. Are they, Joseph? Are they getting tired of AJ Hinch? Is that a front office thing? Yes. No, so they are tied to the AJ Hinch shift. So, all right, sick of AJ. That's the answer to your question right there. So, quite a bit. He's still going. So yeah. Fridge guy is still here. Curious. Yeah, my HVAC guy's coming back. Highlight. So it's all good, Rob. Curious if the Giants will have enough players to field the team for their next game. It'll just be like the Mariners. I mean the Twins last year, where they just pulled up the entire AAA team to finish out the year. So pretty crazy. Mariners still need a third baseman unless they're banking on Donovan coming back, not blowing a sack out again, and not making 1,000 errors. But hey, at least he can hit the ball. Yeah, I mean Mariners are still out there. We'll see if they can make any moves. Unfortunately, buddy, I hate it, but I don't think it's going to happen. Padres have reached out on Dalton Varsho. So maybe he goes to San Diego. We'll see that. We'll keep an eye on that one. So Scott says Gossman right now is the biggest move at the deadline that impacts the team. I think I would agree with that. I mean, other than Skubal, obviously, right? But Dodgers were already possibly going to win. So he just kind of fortifies that staff. But Gossman, I think I'm with you. I think he makes the most significant impact for the Cubs and their future of this year and the outlook. So I think I'm with you guys. I think Gossman is the best deal at the deadline so far. Now, if you can somehow land this Detmers deal as well, I think Cubs win the deadline, and I don't think it's close. They got Braxton Garrett, so that kind of makes me backpedal on Reed Detmers a little bit. Just a little. I still think a deal could get done there, but we will see if that actually comes through. So if it was up to Ramos and Webb, they'd both move east. Most of the Ramos family is out this way or in Puerto Rico, and Webb said eventually he wants to play on the East Coast. Yeah, we'll see. How many years does Logan Webb have left out there? He is 5-year, $90 million guaranteed. And he is available, or he's locked up until 2029. So through the 2028 season and into 29. So again, not the ideal time to move him. He's owed $23 million next year, $24 million the year after. Does somebody take that on for Logan Webb? I mean, I would. I would take that on in a heartbeat. But side note, Kenley Jansen threw a temper tantrum when Jeff McNeil bunted with 2 outs in the 9th inning of a 2-run game. I'm sick of the crying over these stupid unwritten rules. The tying run is on deck. You do what you have to do to win. I'm with you. 1,000%. It's a 2-run game. It's different if it's like an 8-run game, perfect game going. You don't do that, right? But I mean, 2-run game, that's different. You're a bloop and a blast away from tying it. Absolutely. Yeah, he's got a while because of the contract. Yeah, 2028 is what I just saw. So, or through the 2028 season. Oh, most underpaid ace in the league, 1,000%. Yes. Yeah. He just pounds balls into the ground. He is a workhorse. He's always out there. Most underpaid ace for sure. I'm with you. And I don't think it's even close. Kind of update the feed here. Nothing new. So still kind of waiting. All right. Yeah. Yeah, right. I'd take Webb's contract in a heartbeat. Yeah, get it done. Yeah, I think a lot of teams would. A lot of teams would take the $24 million, and use it. Giants are years away. Yeah, you could get a good haul for him because of the control with Webb. Um, I think that it is what it is. Joseph, I'm going to be working on this tonight when I get off the stream after we get the HVAC fixed. So I am hoping to get some of the new merch out tonight. So that would be pretty cool. Check us out. It would be rounding 3RD baseball on Etsy. So we'll have the new logo out there on some t-shirts and on some of our other stuff too. So definitely check that out. But Steve is predicting the Arise trade as the worst deadline deal only because the Phils have to move half their team to new positions to accommodate him. I agree to a certain extent, right? Bohm has played first base before. He's been over there. Bryson Stott is a better than average fielder. He has the highest fielding percentage at second base ever. I think he can make the transition to third. Bryce Harper was an outfielder. I don't think that's a tough position for him. But is there going to be not a learning curve, but is there going to be an adjustment period? There could be. I'm with you to a certain extent. I mean, I don't think those guys are completely foreign to those positions, but it does shuffle it up quite a bit, and maybe the shuffle hurts them. We will see. Webb is the biggest inning eater in the league and has been since he was a rookie. No one has pitched more innings or threw more pitches. Yeah. The dude's an absolute animal on the mound, and any team would love him. Probably why they like it. So, let's see. Still waiting. Stott was actually a very good third baseman in the minors for a while because of injury. They put him back to second. Ed agrees with Steve. Too many moves at once and not the greatest defense to begin with. And that's the thing, right? I mean, I don't think the Phillies care about their defense. They are going to figure out how to outslug another team, and maybe they don't even have to really completely outslug them because they do have the pitching staff. They have 3 or 4 arms in that rotation that can shut down an offense and strike guys out. So maybe teams don't have to put the ball in play. So interesting there for sure. Yeah, I mean, listen, if I'm the Red Sox, I'm trying to get Logan Webb. If I'm the Yankees, I'm trying to get Logan Webb. I almost keep calling the Giants and being like, listen, you don't need him anymore. You don't. Like, bring him here. I will give you what you want. Just get him here. I'm with you. I would almost overpay for Logan Webb to get him out of there and on my team. He will help you win ball games. 1,000%. I'm with all of you guys. So we will see what happens. All right. Let's see. Any other guys that we haven't really talked about? Do you guys believe that the Blue Jays will bounce back next year? Is this an outlier season for the Blue Jays? Was last year and their World Series run an outlier season? Or are the Blue Jays okay going forward? Does a lot of that ride on Yasevich and his injury history, right? He was out for a decent chunk of time this year. Do the Blue Jays return to power next year? I haven't read why the Reds pulled Singer off the block. I don't know. And I don't know his contract status off the top of my head. I think it's just a 1-year deal, it looks like. Yeah, he's a unrestricted free agent this year. So they avoided arbitration with him, and he's a free agent. I don't know why the Reds pulled him off the block. That kind of doesn't make any sense to me. I know they were fielding calls on Hunter Green and stuff like that, but I don't know. He still could get moved. We'll see. I don't know. Yeah, Silik says, I honestly don't think that team is as good as people think. And I'm with you. And I think the power outage from Guerrero, we've talked about it on the show before, like, was him losing all that weight, like, kind of affect his swing? Did it affect his production? I mean, a little bit. Yeah, he still got the high average, but I just, man, it's tough to say. I tend to think the Jays 2025 season was more of an outlier than this season is. I think they will bounce back, but not back to a World Series level. And I think that's fair, Steve. I think I'm with you. Joseph says, I have a friend that's a huge Jays fan. She says they're frustrating. They go from fifth place to the to AL champs to fifth place. She doesn't know how to read them. Yeah. Yeah. I got nothing really to add to that. I agree. I mean, they're frustrating. I have said on this show since we started, like, man, when they had the legacy guys first come up, you had Guerrero, you had Kevin Biggio, you had Bo Bichette, and you're sitting there and you're like, all right, like, these kids are really good. And I think you keep this core, you build around them, which they did. You bring in George Springer, you bring in Kevin Gausman, you bring in Dylan Cease, like, you're doing all the right things, and then they just can't perform, and it's tough. Yeah, and Ed, this is absolutely fair. Impossible to say on the Jays. Wrong division to predict, and it is. It's a very tough prediction or league division to predict year after year. That's what makes the Yankees run so incredible, right? For a while, it was like the AL East, we said year after year, was just loaded, and it usually is. And it's hard to predict where you're going to land. And then you have the Rays there that are the ultimate wild card. You never know if they have the right batch of prospects up to make a run. Like this year, they're adding pieces at the deadline for the first time, and I can't even remember how long, to make themselves competitive to stay at the top there. Yeah, the division's just a massive, massive wild card. I agree. I think they're the fourth best in that division, and last year was just lightning in a bottle, and I can get behind that. I think all of their players are overrated except Varsho. That's fair. Even top all-star vote getter, Ernie Clement. Come on now, Silix. Come on. Come on. Ernie Clement is clearly the best player in the AL. Clearly. And the vote total said it. So I don't know what you're talking about. Anywho, the Chicago Cubs are acquiring right-hand reliever Ryan Zefferjan. Trade with Los Angeles Angels. So Cubs get another reliever, so good for them. I love that they're just bolstering that pitching staff. Absolutely love it. Good for the Cubs, finally doing something here. In love with that. So, what did I say? Right. Oh, watch me spell this one here. Zephyr John, I believe. I forgot an R. Hold on. Yeah, look at me go. All right, look at me spell. And to the Cubs. Love that. All right, so Ryan Zefferjon has been added to the board. To be honest, with Torkelson at first base for us, I wouldn't mind Vlad Jr. Fair. Yeah, Steve just saw this one, right? Chicago Cubs getting Ryan Zefferjon trade with the Angels. They're another team. Maybe the Giants and the Angels can just combine rosters and go for the rest of the year. We'll see what happens. Ernie Clement is clearly the most overhyped player to ever exist, and he had a really nice 10-game stretch at one point. Yeah, in the postseason, right? I mean, his postseason was freaking believable. The dude couldn't get out. Almost walked off the Dodgers too, until Pages just absolutely tackled Kike Hernandez to get to that ball. But yeah, Clement had a great postseason run. He really did. But yeah, he definitely shouldn't have been the top vote getter there. But I mean, Aaron Judge would have been, obviously, if he was still healthy. But how are Yankees fans realistically feeling about not knowing Judge's future here for the rest of the season? There's been crickets out of Yankees camp about his injury updates. I know people are hoping for mid to late September to come back before the postseason, but honestly, how are we feeling about Aaron Judge's chances to come back? Because right now, I'm not too sure if that happens. It'd be tough. It sucks to see a guy like that caliber of a player. Even as a Red Sox fan, listen, I can admire the hell out of an incredible baseball player, and Aaron Judge is that. Right? It's tough to see a guy like that go down. I want to see him continue to make history, but it sucks, man. It sucks to see that. I want to see the best players play the game all the time. Right? Mike Trout, Aaron Judge, all these injuries. It sucks. Like, he could be easily a 500 to 600 home run player, and we're not going to get to those. We're not going to get to those milestones, and that really blows. And I hate that. Ivan, yeah, massive Yankees fan, uncomfortable, and knowing how Boone answers questions, his silence makes me more pessimistic than optimistic, and I hate that, man. I do. I hope I don't come across disingenuous about not having Aaron Judge back, because as a Red Sox fan, I love it. Don't get me wrong, but as a baseball fan, it sucks. It blows. I want to see the best guys out there all the time. I don't want to keep getting robbed of these guys' career and seeing the greatness. And he is one of the great ones. He will be a player that when my kids get older and grandkids and all that stuff, I will be talking about how incredible Aaron Judge was. Dude, 6'7", a beast, monster in the box, great defender, great arm. He had it all. But with COVID and injuries and a lockout, like, we're looking at a guy that he could unfortunately be in a what if category just because he's lost out on 2 full seasons, right? Possibly 3, depending on how long the lockout goes. Accidentally stubbing his toe in Los Angeles a couple of years ago and missing significant time. It sucks, man. I hope he comes back. I hope he's in the postseason run, because baseball is better when Aaron Judge is in there. Joseph says, I'm not even a Yankees fan, and I'm concerned. He's one of the greatest 2 players in the game today, and you wonder why he's missing so long with no news. Yeah, because I don't know if they even have an update on him. It sucks. Judge will come back and crush 50+ again just because he's done it twice before off injury. And that's fair, Silix. It is, right? I mean, the guy's slated for 50+ homers every year. I get it. I don't know. A guy as big as Judge, I'd be worried he could get his swing back late in September, or get his swing back in late September. I think he could. I mean, listen, a guy with that caliber of talent, his swing is like riding a bike, probably, right? Sure, it takes some time to get your timing back, but it's like riding a bike for that dude. He's an immense talent. He'll come back. He'll take a couple of games, and then he'll just absolutely start destroying pitches again. So, yeah, he averaged 139 games a year, excluding 2020. He's prone to injury. Sucks. Silix, this is a fantastic question, right? I mean, why is this era of amazing players always getting hurt? Pujols, Trout, Judge, and more that had a shot at the GOAT conversation that don't because of injury. And I don't pretend to know the answer to that question, Silix. It's a great one. And I don't know if it is because medical advancement has gotten better over the years. So guys are more aware of their bodies and what's going on. I don't know if they are just less durable, if they are not as tough as those guys. I don't. I don't know the answer to that question. I really don't. I wish I did. Um, but yeah, a lot of those guys would be considered GOAT. I mean, Albert Pujols, what would that look like, man? I mean, already over 700 homers in his career. I just, whew. And Mike Trout's the biggest one for me, but Judge is creeping up there in that category and sucks. Yeah, Ed, I like Judge very much. And all my respect for Judge came in one moment. As a Red Sox fan, I always hate him, right? He's the Yankee. I have to hate him. That's what I'm supposed to do as a Red Sox fan. The day that the fans were throwing stuff at Miles Straw, I don't know if you guys remember this incident. Miles Straw was out in the outfield for the Indians, I think, at the time, and they're throwing stuff at Miles Straw, and Judge goes out with Miles Straw still out there in the outfield, and he's pointing at the fans, and he says, "We don't do that." I gained all the respect in the world for that guy to go out there and put the fans in their place. As the team captain, I mean, my admiration for that guy went through the roof. Not many guys in the league would go out there and defend the opposite team like he did. Absolutely incredible. An incredible moment in baseball and what leaders do. And for me, that was when I was like, you know what? Like this dude is all right. And I love this guy. So that was for me for Aaron Judge. That was my moment. Judges like Freeman, they're just the kind of guys you respect and enjoy watching. Yes, 1,000%. Yeah, I remember the good old days of Manny's Hammies. Gave him a 2-week vacation. Yep, for sure. Bond said if Judge learned how to shorten his swing a little bit, he'd hit 70 plus every year, and he was dead serious. I believe Bonds when he talks about hitting. I do too. I mean, especially when Judge came up, he was, a big strikeout, chasing the outside slider. A couple of years later, you saw him start laying off that pitch, and we're just like, oh my goodness. Like this dude is locked into the strike zone. This is dangerous for the league. And as a Red Sox fan, when I'm seeing him laying off that outside slider now, which was the hole, that was the hole in Aaron Judge's swing in the first few years. When he started laying off that thing, I was like, the league is in trouble. The league is in big trouble. He now has command of the strike zone, and he can hit the ball to all fields with power, immense power. I knew we were in it for the long haul there. Yeah. Judge, what Judge did for Straw was almost as iconic and impactful as what Pee Wee Reese did for Jackie Robinson. I mean, yes. I mean, obviously, Pee Wee Reese, Jackie Robinson, impactful for on field, off the field, everything like that. But to show that kind of loyalty to baseball and the respect for baseball, like it doesn't matter what color uniform that guy's wearing, right? We just don't do that. As human beings, we don't do that. As fans, we don't do that. No, that it's not okay. Not here. We are not that type of people. I agree with you, Ivan. It is one moment that will always stick in my brain as a bitter rival of the New York Yankees. I will always respect the hell out of that moment. Absolutely incredible. Incredible stuff. Yeah, and Scott, with you. If Eric Davis was able to stay away from the injuries, he would have gone down as an all-timer. Easily. I mean, what that guy did in such a short stretch of time, just absolutely wild what that guy did. So, all right, just going to refresh all my stuff here, see if anything else. Nope, still nothing. So, yeah, Zephyr John still the latest move right now. We're getting into crunch time, though. We got 2 hours left, and we will see. So, yeah, 5-tool guy. I mean, the guy had it all. He had speed. He had the power. He had the glove. He had the arm. I mean, the dude was a machine at the plate, and on the field. Yeah, Eric Davis was. So I did a what if series. I think towards the end of last year. I can't remember, where I picked the biggest what if on each team, and he was my Reds one for sure. I think it was a slam dunk. It wasn't even close. Eric Davis was a better version of Ron Gant, and I love me some Ron Gant on the Braves. Yeah, Gant was great. But yeah, Eric Davis is also in my top 5, I think, what ifs of all time. And a lot of people still got beat up by Ray Knight. I mean, yeah, well, there's that too. But yeah, Eric Davis was an absolute beast on the baseball field, and it just sucks. And it's just some guys, that's the cards that you were handed. That's the cards you were dealt. It sucks. But yeah. Brian Jordan said Eric Davis is who he copied his game after. Yeah, a lot of these guys, right? I mean, let's face it. Willie Mays changed how the game was played, right? And I still think a lot of players model their games after Willie Mays. He was the pioneer. He was the guy that was like, yeah, I'm going to steal. Yeah, I'm going to hit 660 bombs. Yes, I'm going to get to everything in the outfield. Oh, and when I do get to it in the outfield, I'm going to throw your ass out, right? That was Willie Mays. Everybody saw that. Everyone started emulating that and getting better. But yeah, there's a lot of what ifs out there. Like I said, when that series comes back around, maybe I will re-release it. I think I have it in here somewhere. Maybe I can pull it up while we're waiting for kind of news to drop here. But let's see if I can find it here. Pretty sure I have it saved, but yeah, I had Eric Davis in there. And you guys might agree or might disagree with some of the ones that I chose. But I had a lot of fun doing it. So I do have it on Canva here. So let's see if I can pull it up here. Willie is the reason we had Bonds, Griffey Jr., Aaron Jones, and Andrew Jones, and other greats like that. Yeah, agree. All right. So here it is. Here is the list. Let's see if I can blow this up a little bit for you guys to make it a little bit easier to read. All right. So we'll start at the top. I had Tony Conigliaro for the Boston Red Sox. I think we all know there. So yeah, it was Tony Conigliaro for me for Boston. What would he have done with a full career? I'm not sure. It would have been insane to see what he would have been. Red Sox all-time legend, no doubt. Then I got this one. I'm not sure. I went Mark Teixeira with the Yankees here. 409 career home runs. He had a pretty full career, but we missed a lot of games, missed 344 games with calf, wrist, hamstring, wrist, knee. He played through a lot of those injuries. So it was Mark Teixeira. I went for the Yankees. Tampa Bay Rays, I went Evan Longoria just because I was like, what if he would have stayed in Tampa for his entire career? That was kind of the reason I went with him there. For the Blue Jays, I went with John Olerud. Probably a couple other guys that could have gone in there, but went 2,200 hits, 295 career average. If he would have gotten that 400 batting average season, would he have been in the Hall? So that's what these were. They were what if Hall of Fame potentials. Mattingly was without the back problems. Agree there. Big Tex was great everywhere, but injury. Yeah. So that's why I chose him there. And these were all guys that I thought could have gotten into the Hall. So that was like the what if. Dave Stieb for sure could have been one of them. Orioles, I went with Brian Roberts. Now, I got a lot of backlash on this one, but he had 3 seasons of 50 or more doubles, 40 or more doubles, sorry. Only 1,500 career hits, but he missed 527 games out of a possible 810 with a knee, a concussion, hamstring, and a hip surgery. So, are we looking at Brian Roberts differently if he had a full career? If he got those 527 games back? I think we did. So I think we could have been looking at Hall of Fame potential for Brian Roberts there. What if Hall of Fame potential for the Indians? I went Grady Sizemore. I think this one is a popular pick. For everybody in Indians Nation baseball. Everybody loved Grady Sizemore, but we also know that he missed a lot of time. So from 2005 to 2008, he only missed 9 games total. And then 05 and in 06, it started to happen, right? He missed 715 out of 1,134 possible games from 09 to 15. And that's where the what if part comes into his game. Grady Sizemore for me is easily the what if player for the Indians. Mark Friedrich, I know, really short career here for the Tigers. But yeah, Lofton, if he hadn't played for 2,476 teams, I'm with you there, Joseph. It probably should have been Lofton there. But yeah, it is what it is. I went Mark Friedrich in Detroit. I think, he tears that cartilage in spring training. Tore the rotator cuff later, undiagnosed, retired after 5 seasons. If he had a full career, is the Bird in the Hall of Fame? Possibly. White Sox, I went with Maglio Ordonez. Now, he had a decently full career, put up decent numbers. Then the injuries start 04, 05, 2010, 2011. He had an ankle injury, missed a knee, had a sports hernia. Just a lot of stuff towards the back end that could have made Maglio Ordonez absolutely elite and possibly a Hall of Famer in my eyes. So I went Maglio there. I loved Maglio Ordonez as a player. He was incredible. Johan Santana for the Twins. I mean, yeah, I could argue that Johan Santana should be in the Hall of Fame anyways. The Houston Astros are finalizing a deal to acquire center fielder Dalton Varsho from the Toronto Blue Jays. Wow. So the Astros have acquired Dalton Varsho. Moises Ballesteros is going to the Angels in that deal for Zephyr. But yeah, Johan should be in now, no doubt, Silix. I'm with you. Yeah, should be in. I agree. Bo Jackson. I don't really need to say anything else other than that. Arguably, he should probably be in anyways, just because of the 2-sport athlete that he was. He was a freak. So yeah, dislocated hip in 91, replacement surgery, and wasn't quite the same. But yeah, Bo Jackson for me, Royals. J.R. Richard for the Astros, probably also another guy that should be in. This dude was absolutely insane. Suffered the stroke, derailed his career, and that's all he had for that. So yeah. J.R. Richard for the Astros. Josh Hamilton, he made my top 5. This is another one of those sad stories. The natural could have been the GOAT. And this story sucks. But Josh Hamilton for the Rangers. Now, I got a lot of backlash on this one too, because I know this was a Hall of Fame series, but would Ken Griffey Jr. been the GOAT if he was healthy? Does he have the home run title? Does he have the best player of all time label? I could argue he would, for sure. But so yeah, I went Griffey there. Mike Trout, we already kind of talked about him, but laid his whole career out there. Eric Chavez for the A's, David Wright for the Mets, Ryan Howard for the Phillies, Steve Avery for the Braves. I felt like they overused him early in his career, and then had some rib cage, arm problems, a whole bunch of stuff with Steve Avery there. Jose Fernandez, another heartbreaking story for sure there. Strasburg, we all know the story with him. Kerry Wood. Yeah, Kerry Wood for sure. Yeah, what? No Jamie Moyer? The dude played for 28 years. He should be in anyways. Kerry Wood for the Cubs for sure. There it is, the Eric Davis one. I mean, the list is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Never played more than 135 games in a single season. Lacerated kidney in 1990 that required surgery, along with off-season knee surgery. Battled colon cancer in 97, came back, treatments. Eric Davis for sure. Prince Fielder with the neck injury, and this is probably more Texas and stuff, but I put him in the Milwaukee round. So I went Prince Fielder, Milwaukee. Rick Ankiel with all the yips and missing that 7-year gap in between. Think it's a stretch that he gets in the Hall, but possibly Jamie Moyer doesn't need to be in the Hall because he's in the Bible, pretty sure. Rick Ankiel for the Cardinals. Andrew McCutchen I put in here. Think he still has Hall of Fame potential, but would have had a bigger case for the Hall if he stayed just with the Pirates. That's why I put him there. Tim Lincecum, again, labrum, hip, a lot of things with him. But the no-hitters with him, the dominance out of Lincecum, I went there. Brandon Webb with the Diamondbacks. This guy also was absolutely lights out for them. Cy Young in 2006, finished second in 2007 and 2008, had a shoulder surgery, and that was it. His last pitch was thrown in 2009 and couldn't quite come back. So Brandon Webb for the Diamondbacks. I went Walker Buehler for the Dodgers. Again, a lot of backlash on this one when I posted it, but he was a stud coming up. And then Tommy John, hip injury, shoulder, and he still can't find his way onto the field. So that's why I chose Walker Buehler for the Dodgers. And then Chris Bryant, obviously, for the Rockies right now. Absolutely disaster of a contract for the Rockies and Chris Bryant and all of that stuff. It's gross. And then I have Fernando Tatis Jr., and it's pretty much the motorcycle accident, broken wrist, the ringworm that led to the PED suspension. Does he still have a chance at the Hall of Fame? I think no, because the PEDs will hold over, and I don't think he will have the stats to get in. But that was my full list in a nutshell. So hope you guys liked it. I know it went over kind of quick, but Chris Bryant never played with the Rockies. You're not wrong. Not wrong. So we've got a new addition to add. We got Dalton Varsho to the Astros. And we still got more. It looks like Toronto might get Arrighetti. So Passan just released a tweet that the Varsho deal is done. They're finalizing the deal to send him there. So hasn't not quite officially done, but it is in the works. Pretty sure. I mean, we kind of knew that was coming. Teams have been checking in on Dalton Varsho, and good for the Astros. That's a good get. I like that get. So good for them. Let's see here. Trying to find. All right. Yeah, so I got baseball tonight on now that it is on yeah. Yeah, Sandy Koufax for the Dodgers. It was a what if Hall of Fame series. So since Sandy was already in the Hall of Fame, I left him out, but he could have been definitely greatest pitcher of all time for sure. That's a great one, Scott. Yeah, I mean Sandy Koufax, that was tough. Um, so yeah, trade deadline's over an hour and 42 minutes here, so we should get some movement going. We got good old Timmy Kirchin on baseball tonight here, and going strong still. So I'm gonna keep Twitter open and keep baseball tonight on. But all right, let's see here. So still a couple big names floating out there. We'll see if it actually happens and gets done. We'll see. Yeah. All right. What are we thinking about the Astros? The Astros have always led kind of the AL West there. How are we feeling about the Astros going forward for the rest of the year? Right? Are the Astros still the king of the AL West? Was last year a flash in the pan for the Mariners? Is it still the Astros division to have? I mean, they're up by 2.5 right now. Do they take the AL West crown? I still hate the Astros. I hope they lose everything. Sorry, not sorry. And that's fair, Ivan. I've never really cared for the Astros either. And everybody's saying, do they have a top 5 hard schedule? They might. They might have one of the toughest schedule going down the stretch. So that's a possibility, John. I haven't looked at the strength of schedule, but that possibly could be a thing. But if Yordan Alvarez is just going to keep hitting the ball out of the ballpark, they're going to be okay. Yeah, crazy. God, the stat they're putting up on ESPN right now: Shohei Ohtani's second in ERA, Target Skubal first in WHIP, Yamamoto first in quality starts. That's the entire Dodgers staff right now this season. That's absolutely sickening. But yeah, still hoping for Mariners resurgent in the AL West since I picked them to go to the World Series on your preseason show back in March. Yeah, I hope so. I don't know. Reds came out and said Green and Singer were taken off the market for one reason: they didn't have the guys to replace them to eat up innings consistently. Yeah, so that's a lack of depth problem, right? Yeah, so it sucks. You can't move on and get prospects if you don't have guys that can literally backfill those innings. That's crazy. Wow, wild. But it's tough, man. It's when you don't have the cash flow to really build up your farm and all of that. It's a tough position to be in. The reason you can't make a trade, I didn't put the Joe Adell trade in. The reason you can't make a trade is because you literally have no one to backfill is wild. That's a really tough place to be in for an organization. And I hate that for the Reds. But my guys are still chokers this year, but I feel it would be the most Mariners thing to do is to pull their heads out of their butts for the last month and a half. Yeah, they still have the talent to get something done, right? The pitching can figure it out. They still have professional hitters, right? We've seen Julio Rodriguez go on an absolute hot streak. That can be a thing. Cal Raleigh could hopefully somehow find it. I think the Mariners could get there. They're young kids with just a little bit more seasoning is something that can happen. So the Mariners are gonna be okay. I hope that they can challenge. Um, I just they gotta find some offense. They just gotta find it somewhere. Braves called for both, and their response was just that it'd be pretty much a swap of a couple of healthy pitchers at same value, so not worth it. Yeah. Um, Ed says I could see the Mariners making a run, but the Astros are looking in control. I'd love to see Seattle make it to the series. I think we all would. Give me that Mariners Brewers World Series. They haven't won yet. Give me something like that. That would be incredible. Terrible for baseball ratings, right? But love it for the historical significance of it. I'm with you. I would love to see that. That would be incredible. But I don't think it's in the cards for this year. Padres are trying on Trevor Larnach as well as Alec Burleson and Laz Nootbaugh. They want a lefty hitter. Uncertain how available Larnach is. That's per John Heyman. So he's more of like the rumor mill, and Jeff Passan's more like nail in the coffin type thing. So, Cade for the Mariners is going to be a 10-year starter behind Wu. Yeah. Scott says Silix Braves are here no more often than a nerd at 8th grade dance. Yeah. But no one wants to make a deal with my Braves for the good pieces. Dang it. And it sucks, man. We've been there as Red Sox fans. We have been there at the trade deadline, and we're poking them with a stick, like do something. You know that old meme, like just do something, and they never do, right? And we got what we needed this year. Thank God. It's still not over. Something else could move here, but you can still hold out hope. Still, we still got an hour and a half. So we will see what happens. Sometimes even after 6 o'clock, we see things start to trickle in. So maybe that's a thing. We can always hope. And still haven't heard news on Detmers yet. So we will see if anything comes of that. I know they had it in the works. Maybe they're just kind of waiting, like the Red Sox deal with Rushman. They're just waiting for one side to say yes or no. But yeah. All right. Man, you guys have been absolutely incredible today. Thank you for hanging with me. And I know Rob stopped by for a little bit. I was hoping other guys would stop in, but I know they got other stuff going on as well. And it's kind of a work day. So, like, I get it. But I'm glad you guys were here hanging with me. This has been awesome. I love all this baseball talk. I love it. So thank you, fellas, for sticking with me. Looks like Spencer Arrighetti is going back to Toronto, so he's going in that Varsho trade. So interesting. Does Trout get work? What's that? A little retired, Ivan? Yeah, lucky. Yeah, I am far from retired. That's for sure. I don't even think I can afford to retire at this point. So, yeah, Trout's not getting traded, Steve. I mean, Trout is finishing his career as an Anaheim Angel, California, Los Angeles deity. He's never leaving the Angels. It is what it is. He's not going. Spencer Arrighetti, close enough. And we'll just put blue. You guys will like this one. That's just short. Okay. I don't want to mess up the next line. Yeah. Yeah, I take the trade deadline off from work every year. That's what I did. I wanted to be here for you guys. And it's a lot of fun. I love the trade deadline, whether it's good results or bad. I always love it. They're all afraid of the Braves. 95 after the work stoppage, 2021 before the work stoppage. Braves are scary around labor negotiations. That's a good point, Ed. I love that. My parents are watching, just not adding much. That's fine. I still love the support. Appreciate it. Some of us are no good retirees with plenty of free time. And I love it, though. I love that you guys still make the time for us and our show. It really means a lot. And the support that you guys come back, episode after episode is absolutely incredible. So I love that you love what we put out there and able to come and talk baseball with us. It's pretty remarkable, and we don't take it for granted. So thank you. I'm still waiting for that $10 million to fall from the sky myself. Then I'll be fine. Yeah. Yes. So yeah, are those BJ's teams dreading those suspicions? Yes, for sure. Joseph Greer, they are. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm just pretending I'm retired today, and that's fair, Steve. We're all in that boat. We're with you. Yep. Back to the real world tomorrow for me. That's for sure. But all right, let's check in on good old Jeff Passan again. Still nothing out of him. Let's check the rumor mill. Nope, still Padres. Yeah, the Padres, man. I am lost with that team. I really am. We have been for a while. We don't know which way they're going. Are they trying to compete? I mean, I guess that's what you have to do when you have those contracts and those people on your team, those players. I never know which way to go with them. They're tough. It's crazy. Yeah, John, I identify as retired today as well. I love that. That's great. Yeah, Padres, a mystery. They are a mystery to me. I find myself not being able to watch them. I think they're a tough watch. Getting Robbie Ray, I don't know if that puts them over any type of edge. I still think they finish out of the playoff hunt. I don't think they get in. And I don't have any faith that they can get back anytime soon. I think these contracts have hamstrung them and they can't do anything. They're 11 games back out of the division. They have completely fallen out of that race. I mean, they're one game back from the wild card, but I just don't believe it. I feel like it's a false look. Like I think the Padres are worse than that. I'd love a Padre Red Sox deal for Don Orsillo. Yes, please sign me up right now. Bring Donnie O back to Boston. That would be incredible. I hate that things went sour there for him in Boston. He was the voice of the Red Sox. Him and Jerry Remy, man, it was absolutely incredible. It was just, man. Some of us retirees have to hang around to boast about how great 1970s baseball was. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah. So ESPN's reporting right now, confirmed Harper in right field, Stott at third, Arise at second, Alec Boehm at first. That is the projected lineup they got for the Phillies in the defensive there. Padres Devers deal fell through. I mean, obviously, Padres gave San Francisco two options: either pay half of Devers' contract or take Bogarts in the trade, and San Francisco balked. I mean, that's a lot of money you have to eat. Even that half the contract, you can't. And I don't think I want Xander Bogarts there either. Like, you can't have Bogarts that you're trying to get rid of those contracts. You can't take Xander Bogarts and right. You're just trading bad contract for bad contract that does nothing. So you're both in the same boat. So yeah, I mean, that's a tough ask. That's a real tough ask. I think putting that trade on the table is like San Francisco's like, yeah, no, thank you. We were willing to eat some money, but you can't give me Xander Bogaerts back. That's crazy. And you have nowhere to put him with Willie Adames there. So unless you're thinking that he plugs up the second base hole with Arise gone. Yeah, it's not happening. But yeah, kind of knew that one was going to fall through. Didn't really make sense. It's an untradeable contract. Padres are just trying to pull a fast one, is what it sounded like. Yeah, I can get behind that for sure. But we're sitting here waiting. I feel like this last hour is either going to be radio silent or we're not going to be able to keep up with it. We've had a decent amount of action today. How are you guys feeling overall? My prediction before this was that this trade deadline was going to be a dud, as in fringe pieces moving, not a ton of big names moved, because a lot of teams are still in it, especially in the AL, right? Not a ton of starters there. I mean, sellers there, other than the Angels, Athletics, Royals, right? Angels and Royals are selling. Blue Jays are selling. Just not a ton of teams that are selling. How do you guys feel? Do you feel like this has been a bust or a dud? Or do you think this has been a good trade deadline so far? We still have time left, but what do y'all think? We're going over the Brooks Raley trade to the Phillies right now. Another bullpen arm for them. 5-5 with a 1.96. Yeah, the more playoff teams, the less significance. I agree, right? You have less sellers. It's a seller's market for sure. And they can ask for the world. And as the Braves are finding out the hard way, it sucks. It's brutal. Wow, they got Gosman for only 2 prospects, so that's good. Wow, 5-10 with a 4.38. I never would have guessed it was that high. 127 Ks and 23 starts. Crazy. San Francisco clubhouse is at each other's throats, and it's bad when the team leader has separated himself from the rest of the guys because of egos. Yeah, it's not a good scenario over there. It's pretty wild. I don't know where the Giants go. It started with the Vitello hire. Harrison wasn't a fan of that. I didn't really care either way. I thought it would be a weird step to go from college straight to the MLB. It's proving, I think, a little bit tougher than what he thought, but he wasn't handed a good situation either. And Buster Posey hasn't done anything to help him out. So, yeah, the Giants are a mess for sure. Joseph said, I would have liked to see Detroit unload at least one more guy since we have a team built for the 2028 through 2029. Yeah. I mean, Mize could get you back some guys, and there's still some time, right? And maybe last minute you do send them out and get some more prospects and build for 28, 29. Because Mize isn't going to be there then. So maybe you do that. Who is the team leader in San Francisco? It's Webb for sure. Yeah, absolutely. It's bad when Colorado looks like a better organization than 2 other teams in their own division. Yeah, and you can give credit to Paul DePodesta, and I think he's gone in there with a plan. He's stuck to his guns, and he goes, listen, we are going to work on getting better. Like, just baby step at a time. Like, we are going to get this organization going in the right direction. Now, listen, there's really only one way for the organization to go, period, when you're at rock bottom. But you got to take baby steps. And that's what they're doing. And I think they're smart for hanging on to Hunter Goodman, because what does that do? What does trading your 30 and 100 guy do? Nothing. It does absolutely nothing to help your team. You would have to get back major league talent for Hunter Goodman in order for that deal to make any sense. And that major league talent you're getting back has to make your team better. You can't just ship him out for the sake of shipping him out for 4 or 5 prospects. That doesn't make your team better. So I'm with you, Silix. Colorado has a plan. They're sticking to their guns. That's yeah, I'm with you. The Padres, garbage. Giants, garbage. They are so far gone at this point. It's going to take a while to get out from underneath all of those contracts, all of those players. No money issues. Right. And Scott, it sells fewer tickets if you get Hunter Goodman out of there. Yeah, absolutely. So Colorado's in a good spot. So I love tuning into them. They're actually kind of an exciting team to watch. Yes, they lose, right? But there's young kids that are playing for something. It's a big outfield. They're fast. Hunter Goodman hits bombs, right? They have some nice pieces there. So I do like that Rockies team. John Temple says, I still feel Kirby and or Hancock could still go, mainly because we have Cade Anderson, Ryan Sloan destroying AA, and next year we get Logan Evans back next June from Tommy John. So more stud pitching is knocking on the door. But Jerry needs to get 3 to 4 right-handed bats and a solid third baseman. I agree. Yeah, Trout has activated his no trade clause for 4 teams so far. That's 4 deals that Trout has next. I mean, yeah, he's not moving. It's not going to happen. I don't know where else he would say yes to. I think it's the Phillies, and it's got to be the Phillies. I think that is the only team that I could see Mike Trout moving to. He's a massive Phillies fan. He's from New Jersey. That's the only team I see him going to. I don't even see him saying yes to the Yankees, to be honest. I bet he would go right across town to the Dodgers, though, in a hurry. But yeah, if he said Knicks to deal with the Dodgers, man, I would have regained all my respect for him. But I mean, I do have respect for Mike Trout, but crazy. I know the Guardians and Yankees, but I don't know the other two. Interesting. Okay. So even Yankees, being a New Jersey boy, he doesn't want to go there. That's fine. Maybe he's just waiting for the Dodgers call as well. That would be nuts. But again, where would you play Mike Trout if you're on the Dodgers? Do you sit Teoscar Hernandez for Mike Trout and he plays left field? You're not taking Pajes out. You DH him? Who's their DH right now? I don't know. Dodgers haven't reached out for any position player except Ellie, from what I know and heard. I mean, that makes sense. Come on, Mike, come to Seattle. It's only a 2.5 hour flight from Seattle to LA. We could use it, right? A right-handed DH. Yeah, I don't know if he would get. I don't know if he would trade in the division either. Again, that Angels loyalty kind of comes out. I don't know if that would happen. But yeah, I would guess the Phillies is the only one that he would think long and hard to actually go to. But Mike Trout isn't moving in the next hour. There's no possible way. So, I mean, duh. Obviously, the Dodgers DH is Ohtani. Jeez, crow. I'm sorry, Silix. That is awful. That one's on me. That's on me. Hand up. My fault. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal. Anyways, there's been a lot of baseball going through my mind today, but that's pretty bad. That takes the cake. So love that one. But yeah, I respect the hell out of the loyalty too, Scott. Yeah, you do. It's something you don't see anymore. It's pretty incredible. But playing a little bit, even if it's 2 months or whatever, the rest of his career out in his hometown in New Jersey, I could see him doing that possibly. Um, yeah, um, I'm I'm with you. I think the Phillies is the only place he would go. Otherwise than that, he's staying. Um, Notice one team is remarkably quiet. The D-backs considering their place in the wild card standings. And we have congratulations, you finally got Otani out of your mind. Yeah, absolutely. I've been on too long for sure. And in the middle of that, I went out and baked in the sun for about a half hour. But anyways, yeah, my D-backs, Steve, they are in a really, really weird position. I think they would like to be active, but Hazen isn't going to jeopardize the Diamondbacks' future, right? And he's not going to sell. His young kids that have come up are really freaking good. We've seen flashes from Jose Fernandez. He comes up in his MLB debut, hits 2 homers, right? Ryan Waldschmidt, they have a kid out in center that gets to everything. He's incredible. Tim Tawa, right? The Diamondbacks have some great young pieces that look like they are pretty much MLB ready, right? Will there be some growing pains there? Absolutely. There's going to be. I just don't think they have any pieces to sell to get things they need. They need pitching. However, next year that pitching is supposed to be coming back. You got Corbin Burns on the back burner. You got not Fernandez. Is it Fernandez? They're closers. He's been out. Why am I drawing a blank on his name? Martinez. Thank you. Their closer that was out with Tommy John. He's coming back. So I think that they are kind of standing pat and waiting for those injuries to come back. And we could see the Diamondbacks very active at the deadline next year, I guess. I mean, if we have a next year, right? They're just not in a position to buy or sell. They like what they have. They have the offense. They're getting enough pitching. They're just in a very weird spot. But yeah, they haven't made a single move, like not one. And I'll have to break it down and see which other teams have not made a single move. I don't think the Athletics have. I think the Athletics have. Yeah, Michael Soroka is a good piece, but he's hurt, right? So he's going to be coming back. But he's hurt right now, so you can't even deal him. He came back, had a great start to the season for them, then got injured. So that's another one. But Diamond D-backs take is fair. Yeah, and I hate it. I love watching them. They play a brand of baseball that I really love, and I can get behind, and I don't get sick of watching them. Watching Corbin Carroll run the bases is incredible. Watching Ketel Marte just hit rockets, absolutely love. Even Arenado, right? I love them. They just play the type of baseball that I love watching. Yeah, Arizona wasn't going to do anything at the deadline when they found out they turned down the Astros offer. Yeah, agree. And I kind of said it going in. I don't think that they are going to be active at this deadline. Just kind of like the same reason they weren't active in the free agent market either, right? They got Nolan Arenado because they knew they had to plug a third base hole, because Suarez wasn't going to go back. That they traded him to Seattle. I thought he was going to go back initially because I'm like, hey, maybe there was some like little thing that was like, hey, you're going to go to Seattle. We'll come back and get you during free agency. Didn't work out. They trade for Nolan Arenado to fill that hole. And that's it. I think it was just too much. It was just too much of injuries in the pitching staff for them to really make any moves. John Heyman says Holmes and Tyrone Taylor to the Cubs for the Mets for Rojas pending medicals. Huh. All right. Well, again, I am waiting for Jeff Passan. I think I wait for that one. But Cubs loading up, man. I love it. I love that Clay Holmes helps that Cubs rotation again. That tells me that Reed Detmers is off the table. So Silix, Braves need to sweep in and get him right now. Let's see. Passon's talking right now. So yeah, Passon is reporting on Baseball Tonight right now that Holmes and Tyrone Taylor to the Cubs, pending physicals. So that looks like it is a done deal. And he didn't seem very convincing about the physicals because of Clay Holmes' injury. So we will see if that gets retracted. But again, two more pieces for the Cubs. The Cubs win the deadline here, right? So far, right? The Cubs are the clear winner here. Astros offered 4 of their top 8 prospects and Pena for Marte. That's a young middle infielder and 4 prospects that are almost MLB ready. Damn. I mean, I haven't seen that report. That one would have been nuts, but I mean, Cattell is a staple there. It would be really tough to see him leave the Diamondbacks. Yeah, Braves are putting everything into Casey Mize right now. It sounds like you have to. You have to get Casey Mize here. If you are the Braves and you are not feeling great with this deadline and the moves that you've done, you have to put all your eggs in the Casey Mize basket right now and get this deal done. You need one more pitcher in that rotation. At least this would be a big one. Yeah, it's got to be Mize, and then Detmer's got to be right there. You also got to be wheeling and dealing in there. You got to have your assistant GM on the phone with the Angels, being like, "Listen, Cubs are getting all this guy. Those guys, he's not going to Chicago. Bring him here to Atlanta. We'll give you what you want." I think the Braves in this last hour, they have to get Detmers or Mize in here to save this deadline. Yeah, send us all your Casey Mize eggs. I think it has to. You have to. Ivan says Cubs are loading up and winning this trade deadline, but I still don't think they make the NLCS, and that's fair. That's a fine point. That's a great take. Silix Cubs, the easy winner. Cubs will get my vote. Mize is on my fantasy team. Get them Braves. Yeah. Listen, I just, yeah. Let's see what Passon's still talking here. All right. I was talking about the Rays right now. Yeah. So yeah, he was just talking about how the Rays were in on the Tartar School, and now they pivoted and got they went after the Marlins guy there. Why am I blanking on his name? Liam Hicks and Peralta. So that was a pivot for them. So yeah, the Rays are in the driver's seat there. And by a decent margin, I think. I think the Rays are in good shape. Yeah, 2.5 up on the Yankees. I mean, still plenty of baseball left, right? I mean, that's the thing here. But they're in the driver's seat, and these moves help them stay there. Could see the Yankees leapfrog them. I mean, the Red Sox are playing like their asses are on fire, so who knows with them. AL East could be a pretty fun race to watch down the stretch. Gonna be interesting to see what this Cubs team looks like. I'm interested to see what this new look looks like. Sorry, Mets fans, you're not going to have anything to watch for the rest of the year. That's pretty brutal over there. But who do you guys have your eyes on to kind of watch now that all this shuffling has pretty much gone away? I mean, we still got a little bit left, but I mean, right now, which team are you going to tune into to see what they look like? Because they're completely different than they were today, before we started today. Which team are you looking at? I mean, I think still the Cubs here for me. If Peralta can get it back, watch out. And I'm with you. I think they have the coaching in Tampa Bay to do that. I really do. Wow, from what I've heard, Braves are trying to pull off 2 deals, still with one being Mize and another starting pitcher that hasn't been talked about. Wonder who they're talking about. Interesting. Like his name hasn't been brought up at all, Silix. Is that what you're saying? The Chicago White Sox are acquiring Joey Bart from the Atlanta Braves. So Joey Bart is out in Atlanta, and he is now with the White Sox. So we knew the White Sox needed a catcher, and with Kyle Teal going down, I don't think Joey Bart is that guy, but not much to have there. So imagine that if it was Silix, if it was Brandon Webb, that would be insane. Logan Webb, not Brandon Webb. Sorry. That would be insane. Council needs to get to the NLCS. Man, the best thing was for the Brewers to win their first playoff series in forever last year against the Cubs when Council couldn't do it. Loved it. I love that. But yeah, so Joey Bart headed to the White Sox. The Tampa Bay Rays are acquiring right-hander reliever Tyler Wells from the Orioles. So Tyler Wells also added to the Rays rotation, or not rotation, but to the bullpen, to the pitching staff. Yeah, Luke. Oh, did I put up Luke Weaver to the Pirates? I don't think I officially did. Let me put that in there. For some reason, I thought I did. Ivan, sorry. Good catch. I think I was waiting for the official announcement, but yes, Luke Weaver to the Pirates. Nice catch, Ivan. Thank you, sir. But yeah, it won't be Webb. They're hung up on us multiple times when mentioning Webb's name. Yeah, I agree. It sounds like AA is trying to keep it quiet like he did with Sale. And yeah, that's kind of smart, right? I mean, there's other teams out there trying to really get one more starter, not letting them know like who's out there. I think it's a good point. I like that. Yeah. Crazy. 3 big moves right there. Let's see what else comes out. Nolan Hoffman goes from the Phillies to the Royals. That's not really, I think he's just listing off the prospects that were sent back in the deals. But yeah, 3 big ones right there. How are you guys feeling about the White Sox? On the other side, Foster Griffin, that could be the name, right? He's been mentioned, but hasn't really been mentioned today. That's a good call, Scott. Could be him. How are you guys feeling about the White Sox? What are your chances? What do you think their chances are now, realistically? They are ahead of schedule. They're way ahead of schedule. I don't think they were trying to be here necessarily, but they are. So what are your takes? What is their ceiling for this year? I know early on they were in on the big names, right? Mason Miller's name was thrown around. They wanted some of the big guys. They end up with Joey Bart, right? So he was thinking Foster or Walker or Lugo. Those are all, a couple names that definitely have been thrown around, but not so much today. So the White Sox bolstered the bullpen with Brazabon, and you just get the catcher and Joey Bart. But realistically, do the White Sox hang on to that division? The Central is open, so I say they have a very good shot at the division, but I don't see them getting to the ALCS. And I think I'm with you. I think they could sneak into the playoffs. I mean, sneak. They're in first place right now by 3 games, but it's unfamiliar territory for them. Um, I don't think they've done enough here at the deadline. We'll see. Um, I mean, Luis Castillo, they got, a couple days ago, yesterday. I don't know. All my days are blurring together. Um, so does Luis Castillo adding Brazabon in the bullpen and getting a catcher help? Um, Kyle Teal, man, that poor kid just can't stay on the field. It's tough luck. Um, yeah, it's wild. Did you hear the package Padres turned down from Cubs? It sounds like combination of Gossman and Weaver deals. Hmm. I haven't heard any of the speculation reports. Just trying to stay up on what's actually getting done, but I'm sure I will be seeing all of that, Stu. All that, after the fact, after the dust all settles for sure. Waka still has one of the best changeups in baseball. Yeah, agree. He's still got good stuff. All-star this year. Has Cleveland done anything? Yeah, they got Joe Adell, which I just put in not that long ago. So they took Joe Adell from the Angels. Does he help? Sure. Um, I don't know. Guardians, man, they're tough. I never know what to think about them. I really don't. Um, they're a tough one for me to read. Um, Steve says I have a neighbor who's been a White Sox fan since 1950, so I'm rooting for them a little bit for him. Yeah, that would be insane. I like the White Sox. Um, I've always grown up watching them. Right, it was Cubs all week, White Sox Friday night baseball. It was pretty awesome. Um, but yeah, they're ahead of schedule, and I love rooting for the underdog. And we've never seen the we haven't seen them competitive in the last goodness 2005 when they won the series. When's the last time the White Sox were good? This is the first time in a while, and after coming off 2 historically dreadful seasons, it's kind of cool to see them back at the top for now. Um, as an Ohio native, I can tell you that Guardians fans don't even know what they think about the Guardians, and yeah, that's fair. Um, yes, Marty, Astros have made some moves. They got Dalton Varsho, which I don't think I have put in. Maybe I have. The Astros have acquired Dalton Varsho, and that is it so far. I don't think they've gotten anybody else but Dalton Varsho for Spencer Arrighetti. It looks like Arrighetti is going back or going to Toronto in that deal. But yeah, Dalton Varsho, Houston Astros. So it was Miller and a prospect for all the pieces in the Cubs sent in Gosman and Weaver's deals. I think they did better with these trades anyways. Agree. Absolutely agree. Yeah, Rays get Tyler Wells. I just put that one in there. Silix got that one. Yeah, so it's a nice little piece. Dalton Varsho is a great player, incredible defender. Helps the Astros, I think, stay at the top there. He hits a little bit. I like that. I like that for the Astros. It's good for them. Yeah, Marty, golf. Where was my invitation? Yeah, it must have gotten lost in the mail for sure. But yeah. So far, running down the trades here, we got, not really too many shockers. Is there which trade at this moment do you guys feel is the shocker trade, if there is one? I mean, are these all guys you expected to move? Or is there one that like really sticks out as like, wow, didn't expect that to happen? Yeah, and I'm with you here, Silix. If any of the Rays pieces work out, they could challenge for a title for sure. I agree. If all these click, um, and they get depth out of their pitching staff, depth out of their rotation, Rays could be a problem. Rays definitely could be a problem. I think the shocking move for me was the Rays. I think it was the Liam Hicks trade. I think that Liam Hicks trade is really freaking good for the Rays. I think that one is the shocker for me right now. I knew Ray was getting traded, but to the Padres surprised me. That's a great one, Silix. Scooble for a bag of magic beans. Yeah. And I didn't expect Adley to go to a division rival. That's also a good point, right? I mean, from the looks of this, and honestly, the last couple trade deadlines, it seems like that whole mystique of not trading guys in the division is completely gone, right? They don't even care about that anymore. Is that because of the balanced schedule? Is that because maybe they have the best prospect package? You know, you saw it a little bit back in the day, but it wasn't much. But now it seems like teams just don't even care. It's like, you have the piece I want. I need it. You're going to give it to me. What do you want? But yeah, Adley to the Red Sox is a little bit shocking too. I mean, I know the Red Sox were hard up for catching, hard up, and they've been vocal about that one. But to a division rival is kind of crazy. So, yeah, I think that's more of a football thing these days. That's fair. Rays as a team is huge because they knew there's going to make a move, but not this many, and they are all trades to help them win now instead of prospects. I'm with you, Silix. Yeah, it's finally good to see the Rays aggressive. I love that. Yankees pushing it to acquire Helio Ramos from San Francisco. Nothing official yet. 1 hour to make the deal. Yeah, I think that will happen. I think that's a deal. That's a name we've heard. It's a need for the Yankees. Yeah, John Heyman's reporting that too, Ivan. So yeah, I like that. Red Sox did a good job. Love their trade for Rushman. I do too. I like it. I kind of want to see what he does in these next 2 weeks. Get a feel for how he's going to fit. And if that's the case, like I said, I wouldn't mind offering an extension to him. Catching is a premium out there. Now, what does that extension look like? I don't know. And we've seen a kind of decline out of him in the last couple of years. So it would be a risk for the Red Sox to extend him. But what else is there out there for catching right now? I don't know if there's it's not a great catching market, as the Yankees are finding out. The Red Sox were, scrambling around to find out. There's some teams, the White Sox were, right? I mean, they had to settle for Joey Bart. Like, that's the kind of market we're looking at. So I think if you're the Red Sox and you like the fit, you like how he's handling the pitching staff, you like what he brings to Fenway Park, I think Adley Rushman deserves a look for an extension, if he'd even sign one. We'll see if he likes it here. I just got off the phone with Ramos, and he was told by management that he's not playing today, so that means he's getting traded. Yeah, possibly. I mean, the guys that have any chance of getting traded are not in the lineups today, right? I mean, if you see a starting lineup today and they're in it, they're staying. Say hello to Pesky Pole. Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah. Any other teams that you're surprised have not made any deals? I mean, the Athletics trying to set themselves up for Las Vegas. I know pitching is impossible in that AAA ballpark. Do they make any last minute deals? Do they sell off any of those pieces to get somebody in there? I don't know. I think the Athletics kind of just sitting there like the Diamondbacks, just like we have our young core. We're happy with them. I think we're good. Yeah, Adley can move to first base too. That's a good one, right? Because Wilson is on a 3-year deal, I think. I always get him and Sonny Gray mixed up because of them coming over at the same time. He has a club option for 2028. So yeah, maybe in 3 years, Adley's like, okay, like I'm done catching. My body's had it. Move me to first base. Now, are you going to get the power production out of him at first base? I don't really know. Silix, they made Shea Langoliers available, and then he went on the IL with a torn meniscus. So he's on the 60-day IL. He had meniscus surgery the other day. So Shea Langoliers is off the table. A's waiting till Vegas, and then they'll pooch Woo from us. Yeah, I think they will go in all in for pitching when they get into that ballpark. So not next year, the year after they're slated, 2028. To get in there, and then I think they're all in on the pitching train. I'm with you, John. They will have that team rolling when it's ready to get to Vegas. Yeah, Rangers have given up that sweep, but the Astros finished them. Agree. We talked about it earlier. DeGrom and Evaldi both blocked trades to Atlanta. That was given to me by our source, Silix. But yeah, here's a what if for you. If the Sox traded Cassis when everyone was giving them a boatload, yeah, they should have. That was a what if move for sure. I don't even know what that dude's doing right now. Is he still trying to come back from that ruptured tendon? I haven't heard anything on Tristan Cassis. Yeah. We'll see. So Ken Rosenthal says that they're Ken Rosenthal said that they're working on the trade for the Giants. So he got the first source. Yeah. Yeah, and then Heyman pretty much just repeated what he said. So all right, we got like 50 minutes left. We'll see. He had another setback. Yeah, of course he did. Yeah, crazy. All right, we got like 50 minutes left till the trade deadline. We'll break them down at the end after 6 o'clock, and then I'm probably gonna call it a day. It's been a long one. It's been great. Again, I love you guys, man. This has been absolutely incredible. I can't believe I can just sit here and talk to you guys for like 5 hours just about baseball, anything that comes up. You guys are why we love doing this show. So really, really appreciate it. Yeah, got about an hour left, but we'll see what rolls in here in the last 50 minutes. Kind of keeping an eye. The New York Yankees are finalizing a deal to acquire outfielder Helio Ramos from the San Francisco Giants. So it looks like the Yankees have got a right-handed bat. Ivan will be happy about that. So there you go. Helio Ramos to the Yankees is a done deal. So Marty says, I call BS on your text messages. Well, he just told him, and Silix confirmed it. So Silix might be our source here going forward for the rounding third baseball show. So love it. Yeah, so it's not, that one's not a done deal. Passon also linked with Rosenthal on that, but that just says that they're finalizing the deal. So yeah, if the medical's clear, Ramos will be with the Yankees. That's the biggest thing here too. We got to remember they can get traded, and if a medical thing comes back and they don't like, then the trade falls through, right? So even though we have guys on here, if the medical and physical part doesn't come through, then it's tough tootie, and it's back to where you came from. So we will see. But Helio Ramos to the Yankees sounds like it is a done deal. Let's see if Baseball Tonight's reporting on it. Not yet. I don't care what you call Ramos is a friend of mine, and I've known him for some years now. Cool. Yeah. Silix Buster Posey. Yeah, it is probably. It's just Buster Posey's handle for sure, YouTube handle. That would be nuts. But what are you doing on this show and not trying to get rid of guys? That's just mine. Yeah. No, I'm just a regular Joe Schmo that has a couple friends who play in the MLB. Yeah, that's cool. Yep. All right. What else we got here? Baseball tonight's coming back on. Let's see if they got anything coming back from break. Oh, they're talking about Luis Garcia deal. He's going to put up some numbers in Yankee Stadium. He's going to make that porch look real tiny out there. Going to be wild. Yankees have put themselves in a good position, like they do most years, to make sure they win. And Judge is the big loss there. I hope we can, like I said earlier, I hope he comes back. I hope he's all right, and he can do something. I just need a team to beat the Dodgers. I don't care which team it is at this point. Just need a team to put the Dodgers in their place. Whether that's the Yankees, the Rays, Red Sox, White Sox, Mariners, Astros, I don't even care. So, yeah. Biggest name to move in these last several minutes. Good question, Scott. Who could be the biggest name moved in the last few minutes here? I mean, Reed Detmer's still out there. That's a big name that could still get moved. Jeremy Pena kind of be floated out there would be interesting, but I don't know if the Astros want to do that. If you're getting Dalton Varsho and you're trading away pitching, which the Astros needed pitching, I don't know if they're going to. I don't know if they're going to now sell Pena. I don't think you can. You would have to get major league talent back for him immediately. So Casey Mize, I'm with you. It's either Casey Mize, Reed Detmers, and yeah, Pena isn't going anywhere. He was in a deal earlier, Marty, to try to get to pry Ketel Marte away from the Diamondbacks, but the Diamondbacks said no. But yes, I think it's Mize or Detmers. I think are the last two big pieces to move. And we're waiting for the Braves, man. Braves got to show up. Lane Thomas and Bailey Falter does not do it. And I will be changing my opinion on the Braves if this is the only move they do. If those are the only moves that they do at the deadline here. Braves got to win here. Braves got to pull something together here in the last 46 minutes. They got to get something done. What do they do? I'm not sure. Yeah. Yankees OPS by position ranked catcher 29th, second base 23rd, third base 23rd, shortstop 15th. Yeeks. Well, that's going to boost it up, right? That's going to boost it up a little bit with Garcia. And then you got Ramos coming over. Those are good moves for the Yankees. I like that. Eli White to the Red Sox. Why? Who are you seeing that from, Ed? I mean, why? I don't like that one. Yeah, John Heyman reporting that one. That's a weird one. I don't quite get that move, but okay. Yeah, I don't understand that unless it is a Dave Roberts pinch running situation. I don't necessarily get that one. That's a weird one. Silix, are the Braves being cheap? Is that why? Are they just not offering the prospect packages? Yeah, MLB Network said it. All right, Ed. I believe you. I put it down. It's just that it's a weird move for a Red Sox team that has the outfielders. So interesting there. I mean, it's a right-handed bat. I mean, not much other than that. But Silix says injuries has killed the Braves once again. And if we don't get Mize, the season is lost. Yeah, I'd be surprised if Astros don't get a starter on the mound. I'm with you there. It sounded like that's what they were going to go for at the deadline was pitching, and they haven't really done that. So interesting out of the Astros. Brewers and Rockies talking Senzatella. I mean, that makes sense. It's got another bullpen piece. Yeah, I wouldn't hate that for the Brewers. Yeah. Let's see here. Trying to find, let's see where it seems like Ken Rosenthal is all over it. Giants close to acquiring Marcelo Mayer from the Red Sox for reliever Eric Miller. Wow. Marcelo Mayer might be out of the Boston organization. Interesting there. That tells me that Boston is not high on Marcelo Mayer. Insane. So Eric Miller, that is reported by Ken Rosenthal for the Red Sox. That is that's an interesting one there too. But I mean, they said they're close. I'm going to put it in. Marcelo Mayer gone. Interesting. So we're going to have some more here. There's going to be a flurry coming in. So I'm going to try to get set up here. But Marcelo Mayer is now a Giant, which might help them here in the future. Might not. I'm not high on Marcelo Mayer. But goodness, wild. No, the Braves have offered a lot, and even players they shouldn't, but they get in no trade clause guys or super high asking prices. Thumbs down on the Marcelo Mayer trade. Are you not? You like Marcelo Mayer, Steve? I don't know if I am quite sold on Marcelo Mayer. I just don't know if I am. He came up. He had good promise. It's tough. I don't think I'm sold on him. We need a reliever. Another Sox headache to San Francisco. I don't know if he's necessarily a headache. I just don't think he's quite ready. And the Red Sox were patient with him in the minors coming up, came up to the big leagues, still didn't really adjust. So I think this is kind of the Red Sox being like, hey, maybe somebody else can unlock you. Well, good luck, kid. By the end of the day, Nick's going to need to see a finger specialist after all the double clicking today. Yeah. I still like Mayer, although probably not as much as I did 6 months ago. Still don't like the trade go. And that's fair. You might not like the trade. That's okay. AC is sort of working, but our unit is like 20 years old. So it's we got a big decision to make tonight, Marty. So if you guys just have like 20 grand laying around for a new HVAC system, you can just Venmo me at below. Just kidding. But seriously. Yeah, supposedly a couple players asking prices have come down, and now we're going to see a few more moves. Yeah, we are going to see a flurry here in the last 40 minutes. Nice glove can't seem to stay healthy. Agree. And I think at this point too, I hate I'm going to say this. I love this kid and his potential, but I think the Red Sox are starting to feel that way about Roman Anthony as well. He comes up out of the minors after destroying it, is injured going into the playoffs last year, gets the offseason, comes back the regular season, gets hurt again, and we've been out the entire season. So Roman Anthony's a tough one. And I'm wondering if there's a team out there that doesn't ask about him, if there's something that the Red Sox want. Why didn't Harrison pretend to be retired today? Harrison does well, and he does a lot of real estate, so he was kind of all over the place today. He said he was going to try to stop by if he can, but he was like out and about, so he's not even at home. Flying to Boston September 24th, got tickets to Sox and Guardians. I'm pumped. Yeah, have you been to Fenway, Marty? It's pretty awesome. concourse is a dump, but nothing like getting up there and seeing the monster for the first time. It's incredible. Yeah, why are the Braves not going after Griffin? Makes no sense. Astros and Padres are in on him. I don't know, man. I don't know if the Braves are just not getting callbacks. Are they not? Is AA not offering the packages that they want? I don't know. It's interesting. Oh, you've been there twice. Yeah, Fenway's incredible. Rumors are here that Meyer was a bad influence on Anthony. Maybe that's got something to do with the trade. It could be. It could be. Looking at Eric Miller's production, I'm good with the Meyer trade now. Nice lefty out of the pen. Yeah, I just saw that too. Pretty awesome. John Carlos Stanton took live batting practice today against Rodon. If he feels good tomorrow, he'll take another one against Clark Schmidt. If all three of them are good, they could report to AAA for rehab work as early as Friday. I'm in shock. Wow. That's big news for the Yankees to have those three people come back. Stanton, Rodon, and Schmidt, man. I would just keep Stanton on the shelf until the playoffs. That dude is a playoff killer. Keep him on the bench until the playoffs, and then he can just go and roll over people in the postseason. But Rodon and Schmidt, those are big arms to get back if you can get them back. Wow. Big news out of Yankees. So maybe that's why they weren't as aggressive as they needed to be, because they got those pieces coming back. That's crazy. Love that for you, Ivan. Pretty awesome. All right. Let's see. We got Braves have said every pitcher in farm system's on the table, so it's not like we don't have young pitching prospects. Better be Mize, or there's going to be a lot of pissed fans. Yeah. Yeah. Going to be tough. That's Dodgers like. Yanks are getting wild. Yes, absolutely. Wow. All right. We got about 27, 26 minutes left here until the deadline is officially over. I'll stay on for a couple minutes after, kind of recap everything, and see if there's any trades that kind of trickle in after, which sometimes happens. But we'll see if there's any more pieces here moved. Yeah, I would say that I'm shocked that the Red Sox haven't, inquired about a shortstop. I think with Neto kind of going off the table and them not wanting to part with Arias, that's why that talk's kind of quieted down. But I mean, maybe they're hoping that Curtis Meade comes back. I don't know. Maybe they're going to be all right. But like I said, Monasterio is a good piece right now. He's playing well. So is there a last minute panic move? Do they pull the trigger on a shortstop? I'm not really sure. We will see. Brewer Zenzatella, I saw that it was in the works. Is that official now? I haven't gotten that one yet, but I think, yep. So that is pretty much final. So pretty cool. We will put that one in there. And Tony, changed the font color on me. Come on. Antonio Senzatella, Brewers. All right. So there's another one there. Let's get off Buster Olney. He hasn't tweeted all afternoon. So yeah, passing still on the Eric Miller, but he's also on the air right now too. So he's trying to tweet in between. Um, Yankees still inquiring on righty hitters, pen help, and backup catchers. So Yankees still active right now in this last half hour. We'll see if anything comes out there. Ken Rosenthal, just the Meyer one. I mean, that makes sense. Oh, thanks, Marty. It means a lot, buddy. Yeah, I love doing it. I love coming on here, talking with you guys, and love putting the content out for you guys to enjoy. So it's just a product of love and passion, man. So appreciate it. And you guys are incredible. So thank you for the support. It means a lot. So yeah, so far, I think hands down, you guys are all with me. Cubs are the clear winners here. I think they made the best trades for their teams, for their needs. They weren't making trades to make trades. They needed pitching help. They went out and got it. I mean, they're not top of the line arms, but they lengthen that staff a lot. Love what the Cubs did today. I love the Adley Rushman, like no homer aside. Love the Adley Rushman deal. I think he brings a lot more intangibles to the team other than just the catching that they needed. Curtis, I need a catcher. It's coming. The Yankees are working hard on it. That is coming soon here. But also, yeah, Red Sox getting rid of Marcelo Meyer. I think that is the more I look at it, the more I break it down. It's another arm in the bullpen, a lefty arm out of the bullpen with good numbers. And if Meyer and Anthony together is kind of toxic and it's a bad influence, then get one of them out of there. And Meyer's the odd man out there for me. So I think the Red Sox have done a good job and addressed what they needed. Catching was the big one. If a shortstop falls in our lap, sure. If not, Monasterio has been playing his ass off. So I kind of like him there. His defense is suspect, but I can deal that when he's hitting 2 doubles a game. Who do you guys think are the losers right now at the deadline? I mean, other than obviously, sorry, Silix and Braves fans, but the Braves are clearly right now the losers. I mean, we still got a half hour to make up the difference here, but can the Braves get something done? But are they the clear losers at the deadline here? Starting to lose my voice here a little bit. Been talking a lot. Yeah, Braves. Yeah, unfortunately, Ed, I'm with you. It sucks. I love the Braves. I love what they do as an organization. The injuries are tough. The injuries are really tough. You have glaring holes in that team, and none of it has been addressed. And maybe it's not lack of trying, it's just couldn't get something done. I don't know. I literally just got off work, Curtis says. Work today too. But yeah. Braves followed by the Braves. The third is the close one, but the edge goes to the Braves. Yeah, it sucks, man. And I hate that for you, Silix. And I hate that for Michael as well. And Jason, romantic about baseball. He's a huge Braves fan too. Really, really tough to sit there and watch the Braves do really nothing. I mean, hopefully in the next half hour, they get a arm. I mean, I don't even care if they call me at this point, right? They need somebody to go out there and get some innings and get them to the postseason. Anything can happen in the playoffs, but goodness, man, help Chris Sale out. Like, got to do something there. So, yeah, I think the clear ones there are the Braves. Honestly, I think a rise in the Phillies, I think, is also kind of a sleepy loser. A rise gives you a lot of contact. He shuffles that entire defense around, but they haven't gotten anything else. Is that really the only help that the Phillies needed? I don't think so. Brooks Raley, does he move the needle? No. I just I don't think that I don't think that the Phillies did enough, and it's not really shocking. Atlanta's losing the deadline by a lot. They're only playoff caliber team that didn't get better. Even San Diego got better. I didn't think that was possible. I'm with you, Ivan. I wanted to rise and leave from the Giants. Ended up with Ramos. Let's make a deal and end up with a zonk. I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, I mean, Ramos is going to be okay. A rise would have helped with a lot of contact in that lineup. It would have helped the Yankees. I don't really think he's a great fit for Philly. I really don't. It's weird. It just doesn't seem to fit. It's almost like it was a move to make a move. The Phillies needed other positions. Yeah, with you, Chad, 1,000%. Yeah, Ramos texted me and said he never thought in his wildest dream he'd ever wear a Yankees jersey. So happy for the guy to get out of that mess. It's brutal out there. Yeah, Phil's got Brooks Raley, right? I mean, it's two moves. Passing's back on. Let's see what he's got to say. So it's about the Yep. So that's what it is. So somebody said it earlier. It was all the taxes. So he didn't want to go to Florida or California. He said no to both. So that is it. So DeGrom not moving. He's staying in Texas. Wants to win a world championship there. He said. Griffin Foster to the Guardians. Haven't seen that. Let's take a look. Griffin Foster to the Guardians. Yep, that's per Ken Rosenthal. So goodness gracious, Braves lose out on another. Man, I hate that. It's but that's also like within the division, right? It's tough to trade guys within the division, and they're proving that. So I hate it, but yeah, looks like Foster Griffin to the Guardians per Ken Rosenthal. Wild. So, yep, that's a done deal. Cleveland did it. Yeah, Rangers aren't going to be contenders. They're not, Chad. But it's the no tax thing. It's the no tax for income tax for the Rangers. So Rockies, amid reports of Antonio Senzatella being traded to the Brewers, the Rockies reliever is currently playing catch in the outfield of Coors Field and hasn't been pulled off the field yet. Interesting. Huh. Wow. Okay. Well, dude's getting ready for a game. Yeah, Phillies needed a power hitting right fielder and went for a rise instead. Okay. Yeah, and they're moving Bryce Harper to right field. So they're going to move Alec Boehm to first, Bryson Stott to third, and pencil in Luis Arraez at second base. So, yeah. We may have to have a moment of silence for Silix. You're not kidding, Scott. Brutal. That's absolutely brutal. I hate that. We got 25 minutes. It's I don't even want to say it. I won't put that out there yet. But yeah, crazy. So now the Guardians. Have the Guardians sneakily done enough in the Central? Joe Adell, you got Foster Griffin, another pitcher. Have they done enough? Not really sure. Let's see. What do y'all think? Have the Guardians done enough? I mean, I know that AL Central is kind of weird, but have the Guardians done enough? The Minnesota Twins are acquiring reliever Jeff Hoffman from the Blue Jays. So Hoffman is now off the board. It's another reliever that the Twins needed. So, I mean, it is what it is for the Twins. They said they needed relievers help, but Jeff Hoffman is with the Twins now. Yeah, they've improved. Yeah, and that's it. I think that's simple way to put it, Scott. I'm with you. They've improved. Don't speak so soon. The AL West will be a slugfest of 3 teams. Only one will make it. And fair. The Guardians have improved, but I think so have the White Sox. Don't think either team separated themselves from the other team. Fair. They've gotten the pieces they've needed. They've improved a little bit, but that's that. I don't think there's anything else. All right, we got about 22 minutes left until the deadline is over. Jeff Hoffman, 6-7, 3.94 ERA, 75 Ks, 5 saves, 4 blown saves this season. So, Astros go get Evaldi. He grew up in Alvin, just 20 minutes south of Houston. Oh, wow. Maybe, but he also waived he invoked his no trade clause as well. So I don't think Evaldi is moving out of Dallas. But maybe the Astros are one of those teams that could do it. But I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm surprised the Phillies didn't get Arise and Ramos at the same time for a package to fill 2 holes they needed. I mean, that's fair. Maybe they tried and they just couldn't get a package together to pry both of them away. I'm not sure. John Temple, possibly. I mean, any one of the AL making moves may have done enough with how much of a crapshoot the AL is. And I'm standing by, just make the playoffs and let's go. I don't trust any team. And that's fair. I don't think you can trust any team in the AL at this moment. It's wild. Everyone's in it, minus 3 teams, really. So I'm with you. Let's see here. We got 20 minutes left down the home stretch. All right. So we'll definitely have a lot to break down Thursday. I'm going to put together maybe some grades for each team. We'll talk about the impacts of the trades on Thursday. Thursday should be a wild show. We might be able to see a couple teams that, have their new guys on it, and Tuesday and, tomorrow and Wednesday. I'm sure Scooble's got to have a start in there somewhere. So we'll see his first look as a Dodger. I hope he gives up 10 runs in the first inning. But we will see. We'll see what these new look teams have going forward. Yeah. I'm going to be honest. There is a lot more movement than I thought, right? I really thought we were going to sit here, not really have a ton to talk about. I didn't really think a lot of pieces were going to get moved, just because everybody is in it, like you said, in the AL, John Temple. I wasn't expecting this much movement. I mean, we've got a pretty good handful of moves here. So Tuesday is what everyone's saying. So yeah, so tomorrow night, Scooble's pitching. I don't know why the Braves don't just reach out to Seattle and KC and say, what starting pitching do you have available and what will it cost? Because I'm sure they can get someone for those two. Yeah. Henry Lillane and Caden Kent, son of Jeff Kent, are expected to be returned to San Francisco for Helio Ramos. Dad and father play for the same organization. That's pretty cool. Yeah. So Yeah, Scuba was due to pitch tomorrow in Detroit, so I'm sure LA's starting him on Tuesday to keep him in check. Yeah. So tomorrow night, Scuba most likely is the probable starter for the Dodgers. We'll see. They're in commercial break. These last 18 to 20 minutes could get crazy, or it could be deafeningly quiet. We will see. So Hoffman's the last deal to come through so far. We'll keep it right on Ken Rosenthal. He seems to be the first one to keep kind of breaking it. Twins are interesting. Talked about them a little bit last night. I think they are just getting the pieces they need to sustain. If they make the playoffs, they make the playoffs. I don't think they're heartbroken if they don't. Again, another team that wasn't supposed to be in it. We kind of picked them to finish fifth in the AL Central. They're just kind of playing with house money. So go get your relievers. If you make the playoffs, you make the playoffs. It is what it is. But yeah, it's good for them. And they got some nice young talent they can build around. Let them develop. Let them get there. Twins will be good. Kent is a very good prospect, playing well in high A ball. Okay, like that. I went to Winston-Salem Dash and Greensboro Grasshoppers, which is also high A here in North Carolina. And I saw Seth Hernandez for the Pirates organization, kids throwing 102, wipeout slider. Insane stuff. We might see him go up. And he was actually, we were actually sitting next to his girlfriend, and she was saying about how originally he was going to be drafted by the Angels and then was drafted by the Pirates. And he was actually happy he was drafted by the Pirates because he could actually sit in the minors and develop versus the Angels fast tracking him to the major leagues, which is crazy because I never really had thought about a pitcher's development, right? You don't want to have a guy fast track to the MLB if you can help it and try to learn the pro game all in one swoop, right? Because there's a huge learning curve. So he wanted to kind of gradually move up the steps and learn how to pitch at each level. So when he got to the major leagues, he's developed, fine-tuned, and ready to go. So pretty cool. Did Breslow move off the hot seat? And when does Tracy lose the interim tag? The interim tag is here until the end of the season. They'll make a decision on that, Chad. Breslow off the hot seat? Yes, maybe. I like the Rushman deal. There's not many catchers to be had out there. I love that. I love the bullpen piece from the Giants, and you're getting rid of Meyer. I think it's a good move. I would say he's off the hot seat. Now, if these guys come in and crash and burn, we might be right back on it because that's how Red Sox fans work. Cubs said their 3 new starters are all pitching back-to-back starting Wednesday or Thursday. 3 new starters in a row will be fun to watch. Yeah, Silix, it would be for sure. Jeff Hoffman was traded from the Blue Jays once before in a package to Colorado for Troy Tulowitzki. Wow. That was a while ago. But yeah, so far it's been a semi-exciting day. I like the moving pieces. I'm not just sitting here, throwing everything at the wind and nothing sticking. But yeah, 2 ends of the spectrums on how today. Cubs have won, and Braves have lost. We got 14 minutes left. Insane. Yeah, Varsho for Arrighetti is a steal for the Astros. Agree. It's a good one. Yeah, Hoffman to the Twins is official. Yep. Nice. So 3 prospects for him. That's interesting. 3. He demanded 3 prospects. That's wild. I feel like that's a steep price. Am I missing something here? Yeah, he's got control through 2027, but that's it. Huh. Interesting. Wow. All right. I never would have guessed it would have taken 3 prospects. That's wild. That is wild for sure. So it's still time to get Devers. Yuck. Yeah, I can't believe that was even thrown out there. I mean, the Giants had to try, right? The Giants had to try to get rid of that contract somehow, but it wasn't going to happen. But if Rushman is what we all know he can be, where would he rank in this Red Sox trade in history? Best trade, top 3? I don't know. It's a great question, Chad. I'm not really sure. I mean, the best trade, obviously, the trade deadline in 04. That is the best one ever, and they weren't flashy names, right? Orlando Cabrera, Doug Mankiewicz, and Dave Roberts. Not moving anybody's needle, right? So I don't know. This could be. I mean, nothing's going to top 04. Another trade that made them really good. Yeah. Foster Griffin went for 3 prospects and a player, so that's why the Braves said no. That's crazy. 2 months rental, and it's a 3 prospect deal. That's wild to me. Guys got 2 months, and you have to pay them 3 prospects is crazy. That would be steep for me too. I'm with the Braves on that one. I get it. I mean, he's had 1 breakout season. He's a 31-year-old rookie. 3 prospects and a player to be named later is insanity. Yeah, I'm with you. Crazy. All right, we got 11 minutes left. We are pretty much dead quiet at the moment. Veritek and Slocum from the Mariners has to rank up there as well. Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. That was a steal. Man, it has gone kind of radio silent here. But what's up, Scott?
Hey guys.
You good?
Yeah.
Nice. What's going on?
I just figured I'd catch the end of it.
Oh, nice. How's it going?
All right, on the road. So
Oh,
hotel room.
nice. That's awesome. Yeah. So it's pretty much been me almost all day. Rob came on from Highlights from Lowlights earlier. Just been breaking it down, but just kind of keeping tabs on the last few moves here. But it's been kind of wild, but quiet the last 5 or 10 minutes. So
What did you guys think of the Yanks move?
the Ramos deal.
Yeah.
I mean, they needed a right-handed power bat. They got it.
Yeah. It was a little underwhelming, but yeah.
There's not much out there to be had, to be
Yeah,
honest.
true.
So, I mean, it is what it is.
I thought there was a better than average chance with them for Scooble, but I guess the Dodgers do what the Dodgers do.
Yeah. Lars Nootbaar to the D-backs, huh?
Interesting.
That is an interesting one for sure.
I saw that guy play his rookie season. I just happened to be in St. Louis and caught a game there, and he got kicked out of it, and it was, but in a good way. Like, it was a bad ump call, and he kind of overreacted, but
yeah.
Fired up the crowd.
Huh. That's an interesting fit for the D-backs too. I don't know where he's going to play.
Yeah, that seems crowded.
Yeah, that's interesting. You got Perdomo up the middle. You got Ketel Marte. That is an interesting move, but we'll see where he fits.
Yeah. Pretty interesting day.
Yeah, a lot of kind of head scratching moves. The Cubs completely have reloaded that pitching staff. That's insane.
Yeah. Yeah. Who did they get again?
They got Gossman. They got oh, hold on, just making a change now. They got Gossman. They got Braxton Garrett and Clay Holmes. They also got
Holmes is fine. He was fine until the New York fans just got to him. He'll be fine there. I mean, he has a good stuff. And Gaussman is one of those guys. He's like so underrated. Like every year in fantasy, I always pick him up like in the middle rounds because nobody thinks of him. And guys he chews innings up, and quality starts and stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
He's not overpowering, but he's decent.
He's got the best splitter in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they also got Ryan Zefferjon from the Angels and Tyrone Taylor.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. So that the Cubs have won the day for sure. Let's hear it, Nick. Which big name is getting dealt here as the clock winds down? It's for me. Detmers is still like the big name that's still out there that we've heard all day that hasn't been dealt. I think he's got to be the one.
Devers.
They tried that. No one's eaten that contract. No one's eaten that. They tried it with the Padres. That was probably the worst team to try it with, but the Padres wanted to send Bogarts back to San Francisco, and it's like, why would you trade a horrible contract for a horrible contract? Wasn't going to happen. I think it's got to be. I think it's got to be Detmers. That's the only really big name out there. The other big name that was floated around earlier is Jeremy Pena, but I don't think that move gets done. I think the Astros are in the driver's seat. They're not going to move unless they get major league talent ready.
Yeah.
Detmers and Mize, those are the two. I would agree. Somebody has to need Mize. It's the Braves.
Yeah.
If the Braves sweep in and get Detmer or Mize or both, they save their day.
Yeah.
Because the Braves have lost the day. The Braves have been horrendous.
The strangest thing is you wonder how many of these moves are the way they are for they're going for a right now, knowing there probably isn't a 27.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Braves need, if they want to stay and compete in the NL, they need these two arms. Agree. Yeah. Detmers and Mize, it sounds like a personal injury law firm. And if they go to the Braves, they will need that personal injury law firm for sure because they're going to get hurt.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are the two, Nico, I would say that could get moved or should get moved. The Angels should be getting something for Reed Detmers. I don't know what you're waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, he throws pretty good K rate. You know, he doesn't win a lot, but he's got power stuff. I mean, it might just be the environment.
Yeah, he doesn't win a lot because he's with the Angels. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Lars Nootbaar deal is still I'm scratching my head on that one. Outfield help. I mean,
yeah,
maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, Gurriel, Carroll, and maybe he takes over center fielder there. Center field. I don't know.
I don't feel like my Yankees help themselves enough. So even though they're sitting up pretty far up, and maybe they catch Tampa Bay, maybe they don't. I think they're going to have the same kind of playoffs that they had last year, which is like, one round.
Yeah,
maybe they go through one, but even the one they won when they went to the series a couple years ago, you wonder how much of that Cleveland series was just Class A throwing games.
yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, one of our Yankees fans on here said that Giancarlo Stanton is doing live batting practice against Schmidt and Rodon, so they're coming back.
Yeah.
But Judge is the factor for me there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, without Judge, they're not going to get far. I mean, they're in it without him, but they really
Yep.
need him to advance
Yeah.
far.
Yeah, agree.
Standing in the playoffs, you never know.
Yeah. So Nico says, agree. Atlanta's losing the day. They need 2 reliable arms in that rotation. Yeah. They need one of these 2 in the last 3 minutes. They got to get something done. Let's see. Passon was just talking, but I didn't hear anything. Man, is Lars Nootbaar going to be the last? Nope. The Guardians are acquiring Nathaniel Lowe.
Ooh.
Interesting there. I don't think he really moves the needle there, but it's another possible piece that could provide some pop if needed.
I can't read the chats, but I see a reference there.
Yeah.
I'm just on my phone, so the screen's too small.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Better. Yeah. Oh no, Ivan. I'm always a pessimist when it comes to the Yankees. It's just one of these things. It seems like since Hal's been running it, he runs it well enough to fill the stadium, but not well enough to win a title. And I mean, as far as Boone being in there, I think Boone's there as long as Hal's in charge because Hal just doesn't care. It's one of those. The 3 of them are going to be there until some major change. But I think Hal's the reason why they're both still there.
Victor Vodnik is going from the Rockies to the Marlins for infielder Connor Norby. Interesting move there. Yeah, Steve's got it too. Wow. Interesting there. Let's see what else. We got 2 minutes left. We're rolling in here.
2 minutes till the deadline? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see. All right. So we got a minute left. Let's see if Passon throws anything else our way.
Yeah.
Last minute here. I'm gonna. I might.
Last minute.
Yeah, last minute. We got 40 seconds left.
Oh wait, I missed the part where the Sox got Rushman. That's good for them.
Yeah, Rushman. Yeah, I'll recap all the trades here in a minute after we get to the deadline done. But yeah, wild. Let's see. Yep. All right. Well, 10 seconds left. Nothing else rolling in. Like again, like sometimes they can trickle in after the deadline.
Yeah, as long as
yeah, if they get the deal in and then they let teams know. But deadline is officially over. Let's run down through the trades for the last couple of days here, and we'll go over winners or losers, and then I'm going to call it because I've been on since noon. So, all right, so here we go. We got Tarek Skubal, Dodgers, Bo Naylor to the Brewers, Peralta over to the Rays, Garcia Jr. to the Yankees, Castillo to the White Sox, Kremer and AJ Minter to the Twins, Brazabon to the White Sox, Lane Thomas and Falter to the Braves, Gossman to the Cubs, Soriano to the Blue Jays, which is a weird one, Arise and Brooks Raley to the Phillies, Suter to the Braves, Taylor Ward to the Mariners, Josh Smith to the Blue Jays, Chris Bubich to the Dodgers, that was also another weird trade. Robbie Ray to the Padres interdivision, Liam Hicks from the Marlins to the Rays, Adley Rushman to the Red Sox, another pitcher to the Cubs, Braxton Garrett, and then Dustin May and JoJo Romero go to the Brewers. Ryan Zephyr-John heads to the Cubs as well. Dalton Varsho traded from Toronto to Houston. Joe Adell, Nathaniel Lowe to the Guardians. Spencer Arrighetti back to the Blue Jays in the Varsho deal. Clay Holmes to the Cubs with Tyrone Taylor from the Mets. Joey Bart from the Pirates to the White Sox. Tyler Wells to the Rays. Luke Weaver to the Pirates. Ramos to the Yankees. Eli White and Eric Miller to the Red Sox. Sorry. Then we got Zenzatella to the Brewers. And then the last half hour that kind of came in, Foster Griffin to the Guardians, Hoffman to the Twins, Lars Nootbaar to the D-backs, Nathaniel Lowe to the Guardians, already said that one, and Victor Vodnik caps it off with, oh goodness. Here we go. We got two more. Casey Mize to San Diego. Wow. That's insane. That is heartbreaking right there. Mises and Kirby Yates to the Pirates.
I'm just laughing at Nootbaar. You said Nootbaar. That's the first time you've dropped your accent.
Yeah, Laz Nootbaar.
Laz Nootbaar.
Yeah,
you should have gone to Boston just for the name.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's terrible. I hate that.
The Arraez move is interesting. I mean, he's just it's like what is it? It's like Schwarber and then anti-Schwarber.
Yeah, I don't get that move. They had to shuffle everybody around defensively.
Yeah.
I'm wondering to see what Harper's backlash is going to be there. That's going to be an interesting take. But
Varsho could be good too, just because if he can find his way on the field, like, you remember him in the playoffs, but then he's kind of bounced around this year.
Yeah. Oh man. This is insane.
I'm watching their rotation. This is stupid.
Yeah. Well, Kirby Yates went to the Pirates, Scott. So another bullpen arm there.
Yep, that's good.
So yeah, that is the trade deadline. We will see if anything else kind of floats in here in the next couple minutes. But I am
someone asked who went to the Pirates. That was Luke Weaver, which my fantasy team isn't going to like that. I had him as a bullpen arm, but now he's never going to get anything.
Yeah. Yeah. So they got Orioles are keeping Trevor Rogers. Pirates just got Lake Backer from the Marlins. So I don't know who the heck that is, but sounds cool. He's got a cool name. But so Pirates needed help in the bullpen. They got it.
Yeah, they got two.
Yep. So Padres get Ray and Mize making a good push for the playoffs. Yeah. Absolutely.
Definitely.
So real quick before we go, thank you, John. Really appreciate it. Winners of the deadline for me are the Cubs. The losers are clearly the Atlanta Braves. That was absolutely embarrassing. I don't know what else you are waiting for. You're in position in the NL East.
Yeah.
And you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything to help your starting pitching. Absolutely insane. But yeah, Scott, thanks for hopping on with me right here at the end. Really appreciate it. We'll have to have you guys all on again at some point. But yeah, I've been on since noon, so my voice
is a little,
time for you to go. Yeah. But
cool, man.
We will break all of this down. We will break all of this down on Thursday night. We will hand out grades to the teams. We'll get a first look at what these teams look like tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday for some of the day games before the travel day. So Thursday night, 9 p.m., Silix, I'm really, really sorry. A moment of silence for you and Braves fans everywhere. Okay, time's up.
You could do it for Detroit, too, for all they had to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. So really appreciate that. And thank you guys for all the kind comments. You guys help support me through this entire show. Absolutely incredible stuff. Love you guys to death. We will see you Thursday night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope your teams play well. See you then.